Right now, as you hear these words, your mind is performing something that Buddhist masters, over 2,500 years ago, called the most sacred activity in the universe. And yet, the modern world has convinced you that it's a problem. Think about it. Maybe you're in your bedroom at 3 a.m., eyes open, thoughts racing in endless loops. Maybe you're in your car during a stressful commute, watching traffic lights turn from red to green and feeling no relief. Or maybe you've found yourself in some quiet corner, a cafe, a park bench, a waiting room desperately seeking peace, not knowing how to find it. Wherever you are, take a moment. Grab something soft, let your shoulders drop, and allow yourself to settle in. Because what you're about to discover may quietly transform everything you've ever believed about your restless mind. Here's the first surprise. That anxious, searching, never quite satisfied feeling in your chest is not proof that you're broken. It is proof that you are standing at the very edge of awakening every enlightened master in history. Yes, even the Buddha himself once felt exactly what you're feeling right now before their breakthrough. The Buddha said, just as a mother would protect her only child with her life, even so, let one cultivate a boundless love towards all beings. But before he could give such teachings, he had to face the chaos of his own mind and discover something extraordinary about it. What I'm about to share gently contradicts almost everything modern psychology tells you about fixing anxiety and finding direction. In the next few minutes, you'll see why. Trying to calm your mind often makes it more agitated. Feeling lost is not a mistake, it is a compass pointing directly to awakening. And the very thing you're trying to escape contains the one secret every seeker throughout history has longed to know. The paradox of peace. What if the key to a quiet mind is to stop trying to quiet it? There's a Japanese word that holds the clue, Shoshin, beginner's mind. It means approaching life with the openness, eagerness, and lack of preconceptions that a true beginner has. Picture a teacup. When it's already full, nothing more can be poured in. The water just spills over the sides and is wasted. Your mind works exactly the same way. When it's crammed with expectations, conclusions, and fixed beliefs about how life should unfold, there's no space left for something truly new to enter. You know that exhausting feeling of trying to keep it all together? The image of the person who never doubts, never feels lost, never lies awake, wondering what's wrong with them. That image itself is the trap. The Buddha once said, in the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities. In the expert's mind, there are few. Before his enlightenment, he spent years trying to perfect himself, striving to become the ideal seeker. The harder he pushed, the further peace slipped away. The beauty of not knowing. Think back to the last time you learned something new, a skill, a language, even navigating an unfamiliar city. Remember that freshness. You weren't performing. You weren't defending an image. You were present, alert, open. That is the state that can actually experience peace. Most people spend their lives gathering beliefs like armor and then wonder why they feel trapped. But what if that armor is the very prison keeping peace out? When was the last time you truly felt at ease? Was it when you had everything figured out? Or was it in a moment when you stopped trying to figure anything out at all, watching a sunset, holding someone you love, sitting quietly by the water? Beginner's mind is not about pretending to be naive. It's about knowing that life is too vast, too alive, to be fully contained by our conclusions. It's the humility to say, I think I understand, but I'm willing to be surprised. Restlessness as a teacher. When you meet your restless mind with beginner's mind, something remarkable happens. Instead of fighting your thoughts, you become curious about them. Instead of judging your confusion, you explore it. You stop trying to be the expert of your own experience and start being a student of it. The Buddha taught, the mind is everything. What you think, you become. But he also knew that thoughts are like clouds in the vast sky of awareness. Clouds can be heavy or light, slow or fast. but they always pass. Fighting thoughts is like trying to push away clouds with your hands. Exhausting and pointless. The sky is unchanged, no matter the storm. Beginner's mind teaches you to be the sky. The dance with thoughts. This doesn't mean you ignore your feelings. It means you respond instead of react. Imagine approaching anxiety not as an enemy, but as a messenger. What if your restlessness is not a flaw, but a signal that something inside you needs your kind attention? Ancient masters discovered that not knowing is not weakness. It is the doorway to clarity. When you're willing to not know, you become able to truly learn. Trying to fix your restless mind can backfire because the very effort implies that something is wrong. But what if nothing is wrong? What if your mind is simply doing what minds do? Thinking, feeling, imagining. You are not your thoughts' beginners. Mind shifts your role. You stop being the judge who condemns every thought and become the observer who watches with interest. You stop being the controller who tries to manage every emotion and become the space where emotions can come and go naturally. The Buddha taught that suffering comes not from pain itself, but from resisting pain. In the same way, mental restlessness is only a problem when you resist it. When you stop resisting, you can dance with your thoughts, moving with them, letting them flow. You realize you can have anxious thoughts without being an anxious person. You can feel confusion without being a confused person. You can be restless without letting it define your life. The gentle bloom of peace-real transformation is never forced. A flower doesn't strain to bloom. It simply unfolds when the conditions are right. Your peace is the same. Those conditions are simple. Meeting the moment without demanding it be different. Allowing yourself to not know without shame. Being curious instead of controlling. Try this. The next time your mind races, instead of stopping it, notice it. Where do you feel it in your body? What shapes and rhythms do your thoughts take? Explore them like you'd explore a piece of music you've never heard. Often, this gentle curiosity melts the tension more effectively than force ever could. The freedom of I don't know. We live in a culture that rewards knowing and punishes uncertainty. But the wisest masters saw that the most intelligent response to life is often, I don't know, but I'm willing to find out. That willingness unlocks doors that certainty keeps locked. It lets life surprise you. Beginner's mind doesn't make you indecisive. It makes you adaptable. You act from your best understanding, but you remain open to deeper truth. And here's the gift. When you approach your thoughts this way, they lose their grip. They become passing weather instead of your identity. You remember that you are the sky, wide, spacious, unbroken, no matter the storm. The Buddha said, thousands of candles can be lighted from a single candle, and the life of the candle will not be shortened. Happiness never decreases by being shared. Peace is the same. The more openly you meet your experience, the more peace multiplies. And now, we arrive at the most beautiful part. Ancient masters left a kind of hidden map, a guide to what happens when you stop fighting your confusion. And that map reveals exactly where you are right now. The ancient map that knows your journey buried deep. In the quiet halls of ancient Zen monasteries is a mysterious chart, a sequence of 10 images that at first glance seem deceptively simple. A boy, a bull, a rope, a journey. Yet this map has been used for over 1,000 years to chart the entire path of spiritual awakening with uncanny accuracy. It's called the 10 Bulls, or 10 ox-herding pictures, and its power lies in its ability to mirror your inner life so clearly that when you recognize where you are on this map, everything about your struggle, confusion, and longing suddenly makes sense. Every seeker, whether monk, poet, CEO, or parent, walks through these stages in some form. Each picture, each verse, is a snapshot of a different relationship with your true nature. The essence of you that's unshaken by fear, untouched by doubt, and unstained by the noise of the world. In Zen, this true nature is symbolized by A bull. But here's the first twist. The bull is not something you have to go find out in the wild. It's not a treasure buried under a temple floor or a rare object hidden in a cave. The bull is the peace, clarity, and deep aliveness that has always been your core, whether you've noticed it or not. What follows is the journey, stage by stage, not as abstract poetry, but as a living map you can place your own footsteps on. Stage 1, searching for the Bullif. You're reading or listening to this with a subtle ache in your chest. If you've ever had that restless, unshakable sense that life should feel fuller, richer, and more meaningful than it does right, now then, you may already be standing in the very first stage of one of the oldest spiritual maps in existence. This is stage 1, searching for the bull. And here's the thing, you can't point to it on a map or describe it in exact words. You only know that something feels incomplete. It's as if everyone else received a secret manual for life, and somehow your copy got lost in the mail. The quiet ache you can't explain the days may feel like a loop. You wake up, you go through the motions. It might even look like you're doing well, but deep inside, there's this quiet, almost embarrassing suspicion. Is this it? Is this all there is? That thought doesn't leave you. It shows up while you're commuting to work, staring at the ceiling at night, or scrolling through your phone, half paying attention to whatever distraction is in front of you. And the worst part, you can't talk about it openly because it sounds ungrateful. After all, you have food, shelter, maybe even comfort. Who are you to want more? It's not dissatisfaction in the petty sense. It's the call of your deeper nature, the whisper of your own spirit, reminding you that you were made for more than mere survival. The Buddha knew this restlessness. You might think this modern sense of emptiness is new, a symptom of social media, consumerism, or overwork. But it's not. This stage is timeless. Even the Buddha himself knew this ache. Before he became enlightened, before his teachings spread across the world, he was a seeker like you. He walked from teacher to teacher, slept under trees, and tried every spiritual practice he could find, not because he had all the answers, but because he was hungry for something he couldn't yet name. He once said, "Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace." That single insight, that deep understanding that makes the pieces of life finally fit together. The spark that starts it all. It's tempting to see this restlessness as a flaw, a sign that you're lost or broken, a problem. It's the spark that starts the journey. Without the spark, you might never turn your gaze inward at all. In Zen, this stage is often painted as a traveler wandering in a vast, wild landscape, scanning the horizon for the first sign of the bull, the undisturbed, unshakable center of who you are beneath all the noise of life. But right now, the bull is nowhere in sight. Why we resist starting the search? Even start searching, we distract ourselves with busyness, entertainment, food, shopping, social media, anything that will keep us from sitting quietly with that uneasy feeling. And in a way, this makes sense. You don't have it all figured out. That can be terrifying, but here's a paradox worth noticing. The moment you stop running from that discomfort and start listening to it, it transforms from a burden into a compass. Signs you're in stage 1. How do you know if you're here? Some signs are subtle, but they're all pointing in the same direction. You feel like something is missing, but you can't name what it is. No matter what you accomplish or acquire, there's a quiet sense of incompleteness. You start asking deeper questions, not just what's for dinner, or what should I do this weekend? And what's the point of it all? Old pleasures don't satisfy the way they used to. Things you once chased, status, possessions, approval, now feel strangely hollow. You're drawn to stories of wisdom, philosophy, or spirituality. Even if you don't fully understand them yet, something about them feels like a clue. There's a sense that life is happening on autopilot. You wake up, go through the day, go to bed, but you're not sure who's actually steering. The danger of getting stuck here at stage 1 is powerful because it's the doorway to transformation. But it's also dangerous because if you linger here too long without taking action, restlessness can turn into cynicism. You start thinking, maybe this is just how life is. And if you convince yourself of that, you stop searching. The bull fades farther into the distance. How to move forward? The first step isn't to find all the answers. It's simply to admit fully, honestly, that you are searching. You don't need a complete plan. You just need to acknowledge that you've heard the call and you're willing to follow it. Here are some ways to begin. Make space for silence. Even 10 minutes a day without distractions can help you hear what's really going on inside. Follow your curiosity. Read that book. Watch that lecture. Visit that place that calls to you, even if you don't know why. Meet other seekers. Conversations with like-minded people can remind you you're not alone. Notice patterns. Pay attention to the things that leave you feeling more alive. They're clues to the direction of your path, a promise for the journey ahead. The Zen masters knew that the search itself is sacred. Even before you find the bull, even before you glimpse its shadow, you are already on holy ground. Because this longing, this aching, this quiet hunger is proof that something within you refuses to settle for half a life. And if you keep walking, keep listening, and keep searching, there will come a day when the first faint tracks of the bull appear in the dust before you. That's stage 2, but for now, it's enough to stand here in the wilderness of stage 1 and whisper to yourself, I am searching, and that's where my journey begins. Stage 2. Seeing the tracks. At first, the search feels like wandering in a vast wilderness with no clear direction, only that subtle, persistent ache telling you something is missing. But then, something changes. It's not dramatic at first. You don't suddenly find the bull. You don't suddenly have enlightenment crash into you like a lightning bolt. Instead, you start to notice small things. Quiet things, maybe. It's a fleeting moment of peace during a walk in the park. The way the sunlight filters through the leaves and seems for just a moment to dissolve your worries. Maybe it's an unexpected stillness in meditation. Rare few seconds where your thoughts don't pull you in every direction and you feel anchored in something deeper. Or maybe it's a sudden, unexplainable clarity in the middle of an ordinary day, washing dishes, folding laundry, sitting in traffic where everything feels strangely okay, even if nothing in your circumstances has changed. These moments are the first signs. In the Zen tradition, they are called the tracks of the bull. What the tracks meaning, the metaphor of the 10 bulls. The bull represents your true nature, your pure, unshakable self beneath all the noise, habits, and confusion of daily life. And when you see the tracks, it means you've begun to notice evidence that this self actually exists. It's not just a nice idea from books. It's not a spiritual fairy tale. It's real. At stage 1, you are searching in faith. At stage 2, you're searching with proof. Glimpses that change everything. The tracks don't always look like bliss. Sometimes they come in the form of new awareness about your own patterns. Maybe you begin to notice how irritation rises in you whenever someone interrupts you, and you see it as it's happening instead of being swept away by it. Maybe you catch yourself in the middle of an anxious spiral and realize, I've been here before. This is just my mind's old habit. This is more than self-help awareness. This is the first shift from being your thoughts to seeing your thoughts. It's the difference between being caught in a storm and standing under a shelter watching the rain fall. The storm still happens, but you're no longer at its mercy. Why this stage feels different. Stage 2 is exciting, but also fragile. You might have a moment of clarity one day, only to feel completely lost the next. That's normal. The tracks appear and disappear, sometimes faint, sometimes clear. And that's because you're still learning how to recognize them. Think about a tracker in the wild. At first, every shadow in the dirt might look like a footprint. But with practice, they learn to tell the difference between random marks and real tracks. The same happens here. With time, you start recognizing which moments point to your true nature and which are just mental distractions in disguise. 3. Common tracks people notice while everyone's path is unique. Here are 3 types of tracks that often appear in stage 2. The track of stillness, those brief pauses where your mind stops running and you realize you're actually here, not lost in the past or the future. The track of clarity, the sudden recognition of a mental pattern, irritation, worry, self-criticism as it happens instead of hours later. The track of compassion, the unexpected urge to respond with kindness instead of automatic judgment, even in small, everyday situations. Strengthening your faith. Every footprint you notice strengthens your faith that there's something here worth pursuing. Before, in stage 1, you might have doubted whether the journey was even real. Now, the evidence is personal. You've felt something shift inside you, even if it was just for a moment. And this changes the quality of your search. You're no longer chasing a rumor, you're following a trail. The subtle danger of stage 2, but there's a trap here. When we start seeing the tracks, we can become obsessed with finding more of them. We chase after peaceful moments the way a tourist chases photo opportunities, trying to collect them as proof of progress. The trouble is, the more we try to recreate those perfect moments, the more they slip away. The bull's tracks can't be forced. They appear when you're genuinely present, not when you're hunting them like trophies. A story from the Zen path. There's an old Zen story about a student who told his master during meditation, "Yesterday I experienced deep peace and joy. How do I make it happen again?" The master smiled and said, "The moment you try to make it happen again, you've already stepped off the path. Your job is not to repeat the moment, but to see where it points." That's the heart of stage 2. The tracks aren't the destination. They're clues how to deepen this stage. If you're in stage 2, your practice is about refining your awareness. Here are a few ways to deepen your ability to see the tracks. Practice pausing before reacting. Even a 2-second pause can reveal patterns you didn't notice before. Keep a track journal. Write down moments of stillness, clarity, or compassion. Over time, you'll see patterns emerge. Spend more time in environments that quiet the mind, nature, quiet rooms, even mindful walking. These spaces make it easier to notice the footprints. Study your triggers. Instead of avoiding uncomfortable emotions, get curious about them. Often, the most distinct tracks appear in the muddiest parts of our minds. Why stage 2 matters without stage 2. The journey can feel vague and uncertain, but once you see even a single clear track, everything changes. You realize that your true nature isn't just a theory. You've glimpsed its traces. And while you may not have seen the bull itself yet, you now know it's out there. This realization is what keeps you moving forward when the trail feels faint. A final reflection. Imagine walking through a dense forest, thinking you're lost, and then noticing a single set of fresh footprints leading deeper into the trees. You may not know exactly where they lead, but you know you're not wandering aimlessly anymore. That's where you are in stage 2. The journey is still ahead, but now you have a trail to follow. The tracks are real, the bull is real, and every step from here on out will take you closer to meeting it face to face. Stage 3. First glimpse of the Buddha. Stage 2 was about seeing tracks, hints, signs, and glimpses that your true nature is real. Then stage 3 is something entirely different. This is the Eureka stage. The moment you've been chasing without even knowing it fully. It doesn't announce itself with fireworks. There's no loud voice from the sky. Instead, it arrives like the quiet lifting of a veil. Suddenly, the noise fades, the restlessness disappears, and for a brief, shining moment, everything feels whole. What it feels like can happen anywhere during meditation. In the middle of prayer, while painting, or even sitting silently in nature. One moment you're thinking about bills, plans, and tomorrow's to-do list, and then, in an instant, all of that is gone. Not pushed away, not ignored, simply gone. And what's left is something so simple it almost feels impossible. A deep, unshakable sense that this is enough. The birds are singing. The breeze is moving through the trees. Your hands are resting in your lap. And for the first time in perhaps years, maybe decades, there's no part of you wishing for anything to be different. It's not happiness in the giddy, euphoric sense. It's peace, a peace that feels older than you, deeper than you, and more trustworthy than anything your mind has ever produced. The first glimpse in the 10 bulls imagery, this is the moment when the seeker first sees the bull in the distance, not just its tracks. The great animal is there, alive, breathing, undeniable. And here's the thing, even if the vision lasts only a heartbeat, it changes everything, because up until now, you've been following signs and stories. Now you've had direct experience, and direct experience is the turning point why it slips. Away here's the frustrating part. The moment you try to hold on to this piece, it disappears. It's like cupping water in your hands. The tighter you squeeze, the faster it runs through. Your fingers. Why? Because the peace you felt wasn't created by your effort. It appeared in the exact moment you stopped chasing. The instant you start grasping for it, you've returned to chasing, and the bull slips back into the trees. This is the part that confuses most seekers. They think, I had it, and now I lost it. I must have failed. But this is not failure. This is progress. The nature of glimpses, think of it like seeing a mountain peak far in the distance on a cloudy day. The clouds part for just a moment, and there it is. Sharp, real, undeniable. A second later, it's hidden again. Has the mountain disappeared? Of course not. You've simply lost sight of it. The same is true here. Your true nature hasn't gone anywhere. You've simply been pulled back into the cloud cover of thoughts, emotions, and distractions. A story from the Zen path, there's a Zen tale about a student who, after years of practice, suddenly experienced a moment of total stillness and clarity. Overjoyed, he ran to his master and said, I've seen the bull. I've seen it with my own eyes. The master smiled and said, Good. Now, keep practicing. The student was puzzled. But isn't this the end of the search? The master shook his head. A single glimpse is not taming the bull. It's just knowing for certain that it exists. And that's the essence of stage 3. You now know the bull is real. But the journey has only just begun. Modern-day glimpses, these moments aren't limited to monks or people sitting in lotus position for hours. In fact, you may have already tasted them without realizing their significance, while watching a sunset and forgetting, for a few minutes, every problem you thought you had, while holding your child or grandchild, fully absorbed in the moment without thinking of anything else. While lost in music, art, or a sport, so present that time seemed to disappear. While walking in the rain, no longer annoyed by the weather, but feeling strangely alive in it. These are modern-day first glimpses of the bull. Why this stage is both beautiful and dangerous. Stage 3 is beautiful because it gives you undeniable proof of the truth you've been seeking. But it's also dangerous not because the glimpse will harm you, but because your mind will start obsessing over how to get it back, and the more you chase it, the more it will evade you. Many seekers spend years stuck here, trying to recreate the perfect conditions of their first glimpse. The same meditation cushion, the same music, the same walk at the same time of day, hoping to force the moment to happen again. But the bull doesn't appear because of the form of the moment. It appears because, in that moment, you dropped the endless grasping for something else and simply rested in what is dot. How to move forward without chasing the key here is trust. Trust that what you saw was real. Trust that it will appear again, in its own time, instead of trying to grab hold of the bull. Focus on clearing the path so it has space to come to you. Stay consistent with your practice, whether that's meditation, prayer, mindful walking, or another form of stillness. Let go of the need to repeat the exact moment. Conditions change. your openness is what matters. Notice small moments of presence. Even if they're not as dramatic as your first glimpse, they're part of the same reality. Learn from the glimpse. What did it reveal about the nature of peace? What did it feel like to stop grasping? The role of patience is the secret ingredient of this stage. Imagine trying to coax a wild animal closer. You can't do it by running toward it. You have to sit quietly, allowing it to approach when it's ready. The bull will show itself again, but it won't be because you forced it to. It will be because you stayed still long enough for it to trust you. The gift of stage 3, what makes stage 3 so powerful is this: you can no longer fully believe the lie that peace isn't possible. Once you've glimpsed it, once you've stood in it, even for a breath, the rest of your life will be subtly oriented toward it. That moment becomes your compass. Even in difficult times, part of you remembers, I have seen the bull. I know it's real, and that memory will keep drawing you forward through all the stages that follow. A final reflection: in the Zen paintings of the 10 bulls, the first glimpse shows the bull partly hidden behind trees. You can see its head, maybe its flank, but not the whole animal. That's where you are now. You've caught sight of something immense, alive, and beautiful. You don't have to understand it fully yet. You don't have to hold on to it. It's enough to know it exists, because once you've seen the bull, you'll never stop walking toward it. Stage 4, catching the bull. You've seen it. You know it's real. That first glimpse in stage 3 wasn't a dream or a coincidence. It was proof that your true nature exists. And now, you want more than glimpses. You want to live from that place. But here's where reality steps in. Catching the bull is nothing like spotting it from afar. Why this stage is so challenging in the paintings of the 10 bulls. This stage shows the seeker with a rope in his hands, pulling hard against a strong, thrashing animal. The bull, your true nature, has been roaming wild for years, maybe decades. It doesn't come running into your arms just because you've spotted it once. And just like a wild bull, your mind has habits, deep, automatic emotional reflexes that have been reinforced for a lifetime. Maybe you can stay calm in meditation, but then someone cuts you off in traffic, or your coworker says something irritating, and poof, the peace is gone. Maybe you feel open-hearted in nature, but then an unexpected bill arrives, and suddenly you're spiraling into fear and frustration again. It's not that the bull has disappeared, it's that you're still learning how to hold onto the rope when it starts to pull away. The illusion of I should be beyond this. Many seekers quit here because they think, I've seen my true nature. I should be beyond getting angry, anxious, or impatient by now. But Zen masters understood something vital. This stage is not a regression. It's a necessary training ground. You're not failing. You're learning to work with the untamed parts of your mind. You're building the skill and stamina to stay connected to the bull, not just see it once and lose it. The Buddha himself made this clear when he said, you yourself must strive. The Buddhas only point the way. In other words, no teacher, no scripture, no spiritual experience can do the catching for you. The work is yours. The struggle is the practice. If you've ever tried to train a young horse or teach a child to ride a bike, you know this. Progress is messy. There are moments of breakthrough followed by moments of complete chaos. That's exactly what catching the bull feels like. One day, you manage to stay grounded even when things go wrong. A rope in your hands, the bull steady beside you. The next day, the bull yanks free and charges into the forest before you can even react. It's tempting to judge yourself for the bad days, but in Zen, these failures are not wasted. Every time you grab the rope again, even after losing it, you're building a deeper familiarity with your own mind. What the bull represents now earlier in the journey. The bull symbolized your true nature, the peace and clarity at your core. That's still true, but in stage 4, the bull also represents the sheer force of your mind's old habits. thoughts, emotions, and reactions that have been running on autopilot for so long that they become like a strong animal pulling you wherever it wants. Your job now is to engage with that power without being dragged by it, learning to hold the rope. So, what does catching the bull look like in daily life? You notice a surge of irritation, and instead of reacting instantly, you pause and breathe. That's a hand on the rope. You feel anxiety building, but you choose to stay present rather than feeding the what-if stories. Another grip on the rope. You have a moment of joy or stillness, and instead of chasing it desperately, you allow it to be what it is. That's leading the bull gently forward. It's not about perfection. It's about staying in relationship with your true nature, even when it tries to pull away. The role of trust. One reason catching the bull takes time is trust, and not just your trust in yourself. Imagine a wild bull that's been roaming free. For years, the first few times you approach, it will resist, pull, or even try to throw you off. Only through repeated contact, calm, steady, non-aggressive contact, will it start to walk beside you without a fight. In the same way, the parts of your mind that are used to running wild need time to trust that you're not trying to destroy them. You're simply trying to guide them. A Zen story of persistency. Zen student once asked his master, "How long will it take to master my mind?" The master replied, "If you keep pulling the rope, it may take 10 years. If you let go, every time it resists, it will take your whole life." The point wasn't to set a time limit. It was to show that persistence is the real measure of progress. Modern examples of catching the bull. You don't have to be in a monastery to live this stage. It happens in the middle of ordinary life. You're in a tense meeting, and instead of snapping back, you take a slow breath and speak calmly. You're stuck in traffic, but instead of fuming, you turn on music you love and let yourself enjoy the pause. You're in a family argument, and halfway through, you realize you're being defensive, so you soften and actually listen. These are all moments where you've caught the bull, even if just for a little while. What makes this stage so worthwhile? Stage 4 is where the gap between spiritual insight and everyday life starts to close. It's one thing to feel peaceful on a meditation cushion. It's another to feel peaceful in the middle of a grocery store line. When someone cuts ahead of you, the real victory isn't catching the bull once, it's learning to walk with it through every landscape of your life. How to train without forcing. Here are some practical ways to strengthen your hold without turning the process into a rigid struggle. Short, frequent practice. Instead of only sitting for an hour a day, find moments throughout the day to pause and reconnect. Mindful triggers. Use daily events, phone ringing, red light, opening a door as cues to check if you're holding the rope. Gentle persistence. When you lose the bull, don't waste energy blaming yourself. Just find the rope again. Physical grounding. Notice your breath, your feet on the ground, or your hands touching something solid. This keeps you anchored when the bull pulls. The shift that signals progress. At first, catching the bull feels exhausting. It pulls away constantly, and you spend more time chasing than holding. But slowly, something shifts. The bull begins to resist less. It walks beside you for longer stretches. You find that even in challenging moments, you can keep your grip without as much effort. This is the turning point, when the rope no longer feels like a battle, but a connection. A final reflection in the 10 bulls imagery. This stage ends with the seeker and the bull both still in motion. The work isn't over, but the relationship is forming. This is the real heart of stage 4. Not domination, not perfection. Partnership, because the bull is not your enemy. It's your oldest, truest companion. And the more you learn to walk together, the more you realize that the wildness you feared is the same energy that will carry you home. Stage 5, Taming the Bull in the 10 Bulls of Zen, the ancient map of awakening. Stage 5 marks a turning point. Up to this point, your journey has been about searching, glimpsing, and chasing. You've seen the bull, your true nature, the calm, unshakable awareness beneath all thoughts, but it's been wild, unpredictable, and elusive. Now, you've caught it. The rope is in your hands, and this is where the real work begins, taming the bull. From catching to taming, when you first catch the bull, the experience feels like victory. But you quickly realize catching is not the same as keeping. In fact, the bull has a mind of its own. Every chance it gets, it will pull, resist, and try to return to old grazing grounds of habit, distraction, and emotional reactivity. The bull is your mind. And for years, maybe decades, it has roamed untamed, following every impulse, every irritation, every craving. Now, you're stepping into the role of the patient herder, guiding it with gentleness, skill, and unwavering persistence. Why? This stage feels harder than the rest. Taming the bull isn't glamorous. There are no fireworks here, no sudden awakenings. Instead, you find yourself in the long, slow grind of daily discipline. Think about training an actual animal. You can't force it into obedience overnight. You can't yank the rope hard enough to break its will. That only creates more resistance. Instead, you build trust through consistency. You show up every day. You guide it when it strays. You reward it when it follows. And slowly, sometimes so slowly, you doubt anything is happening. It learns in spiritual practice. This means noticing when you're about to get swept away by anger and choosing to pause. Recognizing the pull of anxiety and grounding yourself before it spirals. Catching the subtle creep of pride or judgment before it hardens into words or actions. The art of awareness before reaction. One of the first signs that you're truly taming the bull is the gap. That small, precious space between stimulus and response, between the thing that happens and the way you react. Before that gap was non-existent. Someone insulted you, and you snapped back. A thought of worry arose, and you immediately believed it. The bull was in control, and you were dragged along behind it. Now, even if only for a second, you notice, here comes irritation. Here's the story my mind always tells when I feel left out. Here's that restless energy that makes me reach for my phone. You see the wave before it crashes, and in seeing it, you have a choice. Patience over perfection. This stage tests your patience like nothing else. Some days, you'll feel like you've mastered the art of calm. Then, the very next day, the bull will bolt, dragging you through the mud of old habits. And here's where many seekers stumble. They confuse relapse with failure. But the Zen masters were clear. Taming is not about perfection. It's about persistence, just as a musician practices scales every day. Even after years of playing, you practice returning to awareness again and again. The repetition is not a sign you're stuck. It's the very thing that reshapes the mind. Compassion for the bull, and for yourself, fat first. It's tempting to see the bull as an enemy, something to conquer. But Zen points to a subtler truth. The bull is not your foe. It is your ally, your life energy, your raw and untamed vitality. Without it, there would be no journey at all. The goal is not to break its spirit, but to guide it so that its strength works in harmony with your awareness. In other words, you're not killing the bull, you're befriending it, and that requires compassion. Not just for the bull, but for yourself. You are both the herder and the herd, the awareness that guides and the mind that resists. It takes kindness because harshness only deepens resistance. Daily life as the training ground, the beauty and the challenge of stage. 5 is that the training happens everywhere. Meditation, cushions, and silent retreats are useful, but the real taming occurs in traffic jams, in arguments, in the checkout line when the person in front of you is taking forever. Every frustration becomes a rope in your hands. Every temptation is another chance to guide the bull gently back to the present. Examples. At work, you feel the familiar rush of frustration when a colleague interrupts you. You take a breath before speaking, letting the initial surge pass. At home, you notice yourself zoning out while your partner talks. You gently return your attention to their words without judging yourself. On social media, you catch the spark of envy when you see someone else's success. Instead of feeding the thought, you let it go and wish them well. These micro moments are the taming in action. Modern insights meet ancient wisdom. Interestingly, neuroscience backs up what Zen has been teaching for centuries. The practice of noticing thoughts and emotions without immediately reacting literally rewires your brain, strengthening pathways in the prefrontal cortex responsible for decision-making and self-control, and calming the amygdala, the center of fight or flight reactivity. In other words, every time you notice the bulls, pull and guide it back. You're not just training your mind, you're changing its structure. The rope and the whip. Skillful means, in traditional Zen paintings of this stage, the herder holds a rope and a whip. The rope symbolizes mindfulness, the gentle yet firm tether that keeps awareness connected to the present. The whip symbolizes discipline, the willingness to bring the mind back, again and again, even when it resists. But here's the secret. The whip is not for punishment, it's for direction. It's not about beating the bull into submission, but about giving clear, consistent guidance. Progress you can't always see. One of the challenges of this stage is that progress is often invisible. Unlike the dramatic eureka moment of first seeing the bull, taming is subtle. You might not notice how much calmer you've become until someone else points it out. You may find that old triggers simply don't have the same power over you anymore, or that moments of peace come more easily, or that you can return to calm more quickly after being disturbed. These are quiet victories, but they are the foundation of the deeper peace to come. A Zen reminder, as the Buddha said, you yourself must strive. The Buddhas only point the way. No one can tame your bull for you. Teachers, books, and videos can guide you, but the rope is in your hands. And here's the paradox. The more you practice, the more you realize that the bull was never truly separate from you. What you are taming is not some wild creature out there, it's your own mind, learning to rest in its natural state. Practical ways to strengthen your taming practice: daily mindfulness meditation, even 10 to 15 minutes of sitting quietly and noticing your breath trains you to hold the rope gently but firmly. Check-in pauses, set reminders during the day to pause, notice your state of mind, and guide your attention back if it has wandered. Compassion practice: when you catch yourself being harsh toward your failures, shift to self-kindness. Remember, you're both the herder and the herd. Journaling triggers: write down recurring thoughts or emotional patterns. Seeing them clearly helps you anticipate the bull's movements. Practice in motion: use daily tasks like washing dishes, walking, or commuting as opportunities to stay present. The slow joy of mastery in the beginning. Taming feels like work, but over time, it becomes a kind of joy, a quiet satisfaction in seeing the bull respond to your guidance, in feeling the mind grow steadier and more reliable. And while stage 5 is not the end of the journey, it lays the foundation for everything that follows. The calmer and more trusted the bull becomes, the more you can walk through life with grace, steadiness, and freedom. This is the stage where you stop chasing peace and start living it, moment by moment, breath by breath. Stage 6, riding the bull home. There comes a point in every seeker's journey when the struggle begins to change its flavor. For so long, your spiritual path has felt like a constant tug-of-war, moments of peace followed by moments of chaos. You've had to keep an ever-watchful eye on your thoughts, your emotions, your reactions. At stage 6, something inside you starts to shift. It's subtle at first, like realizing one day that you've been humming a tune without remembering when you started. The same way, you begin to notice that you're not forcing yourself to be present anymore. You just keep arriving here, naturally, without the heavy effort it once required. This is the stage the Zen masters call riding the bull home. From struggle to flowing the earlier stages, your true nature, symbolized by the bull, was a wild, unpredictable creature. You had to chase it through thickets of distraction, wrestle it when it bolted, and hold tight when it tried to throw you off. But now, the bull walks with you. The rope in your hand is loose. You're not dragging it, and it's not dragging you. You're moving together in harmony. This doesn't mean you've reached some perfect, unshakable bliss. Life still happens. Emotions still arise. The difference is in your relationship to them. Sadness comes, but it doesn't turn into a storm that drowns you. Anger flares, but it doesn't consume you like a wildfire. Fear whispers, but it no longer dictates your choices. Before, you were constantly at the mercy of these waves. Now, you ride them. The subtle power of allowing the greatest change in this stage is the absence of strain. In the taming stage, you had to remind yourself, breathe, stay here, let it go. Now, these reminders are less frequent because your nervous system is learning to live in balance. The bull, once restless and stubborn, has grown to trust you. Think of it like learning to ride a bicycle. At first, every second demands effort. Your body is tense. You grip the handlebars like your life depends on it. But over time, your balance becomes natural. You don't think about pedaling or steering. You just ride. Stage 6 feels a lot like that. Life's tests still come at. As tempting to think that riding the bull means the end of challenges. But in truth, the tests become more refined. You might find yourself in situations that would have sent you spiraling before a colleague's passive-aggressive comment, a sudden financial setback, a loved one misunderstanding your intentions. And you notice something remarkable. You respond with more space, not perfection, not robotic calmness, but space. That sacred pause between stimulus and response, where wisdom has room to breathe. This is where years of inner work start to bear fruit. The patience you've cultivated, the self-awareness you've practiced, and the compassion you've nurtured, all of it begins to show up without being summoned. An example in every day. Life, imagine this, you're driving home from work after a long day. Traffic is crawling. Someone cuts in front of you without signaling. Old you, tight grip on the steering wheel, muttering under your breath, heart rate climbing. Stage 6, you feel the jolt of irritation. Yes, but it passes almost as quickly as it came. You notice the tightness in your chest. Take a breath, and without much thought, your attention returns to the road, the music, the sunset in your rearview mirror. The bull didn't bolt. You didn't lose your seat. The ride. Continued. Trust between rider and bull. A Zen master might say that the bull is no longer just yours, it's you. The separation between the seeker and the sought begins to dissolve. In earlier stages, there was you and there was your mind. You and your true nature were like two beings negotiating terms. Now, you start to experience a kind of union. You don't just practice peace, you begin to live it. And here's the beautiful paradox. When you stop trying to capture peace, peace starts staying with you longer. When presence becomes home, the phrase riding the bull home carries deep meaning. It's not about physically returning somewhere, but about recognizing that home was never a place outside you. Home is this moment. Home is the awareness that watches thoughts come and go without clinging to them. Home is the steady heartbeat. Underneath every rise and fall of emotion, when you ride the bull home, you're no longer seeking home in achievements, possessions, or approval. You've begun to taste the truth that home is what you've been carrying all along. The effortless discipline at this stage, discipline hasn't vanished. It's transformed. You still meditate, you still reflect, you still make conscious choices, but they no longer feel like chores you must do to fix yourself. They're simply part of how you live, like brushing your teeth or greeting a friend. The Zen teachers would say, when the bull is tamed, the rope is carried loosely. You don't fear losing it anymore because you've learned that the bull is not going anywhere. The danger of complacency even here, there's a pitfall. Believing the journey is over. If you decide, I've arrived, there's nothing left. To learn, the bull may quietly wander off again. Stage 6 is harmonious, but it's not yet the final integration. You must keep walking, keep refining, keep deepening your understanding. The ride home is not the end. It's the prelude to a new way of living, a final word from the Zen path in Zen art. The 6th image in the 10 bulls sequence often shows a figure sitting calmly on the bull's back, flute in hand, playing music as they make their way home. This is more than just a peaceful picture. It's a symbol of joy and simplicity, of harmony between self and nature, of the relaxed yet attentive presence that comes. When you no longer fight your mind every step of the way, your journey has brought you here to a place where peace is, not just a fleeting visitor, but a familiar companion. You are riding the bull home. Stage 7, bull transcended. This stage is the one that both confuses and liberates seekers. It's the great twist in the Zen journey, the point where everything you've been chasing disappears. For years, you've been following the footprints, straining your eyes to glimpse the bull, then wrestling to tame it, riding it home, trying to keep your balance. Every step felt like progress toward something out there. But now, you stand still, you look around, and the bull, your metaphor for true nature, enlightenment. The awakened mind is nowhere to be seen. And here's the strange part. You're not panicking. You're not thinking, oh no, I lost it. Instead, there's a quiet, almost playful smile inside you, because deep down, you know the truth. The bull never left you. In fact, the bull was never separate from you at all. The disappearance. That isn't a loss. Imagine searching your house for your glasses. You turn over cushions, check every table, even look in the fridge out of desperation. And then, after all that, you touch your head and realize they've been there the entire time. The search wasn't wrong. You needed to look to discover where they truly were. But the idea that they were missing was the only real problem. The seeker's greatest discovery is that there is no separation between the seeker and the sought. Why Zen? Masters laugh. If you've ever been around an experienced Zen master, you've probably noticed something strange. They laugh a lot. Not a mocking laugh, but the deep belly kind, the laugh of someone who's seen the grand cosmic joke and can't help but enjoy it. This stage is that joke landing for you. You've spent years, maybe decades, trying to find yourself, only to realize you were never absent. You've been trying to attain enlightenment, only to see that there's nothing to attain. It's like walking in circles, searching for your shadow, until finally you look down and see it's been following you since the moment you began. What disappears here? When Zen says the bull vanishes, it doesn't mean you lose your connection to truth. It means the very concept of connection becomes irrelevant. Why? Because connection implies two separate things, you and truth. At this stage, the line between you and truth dissolves. There is no more bull to chase, no me to do the chasing. There is just life as it is. From effort to effortlessness until now, every stage has involved effort. Watching your thoughts, reining in your impulses, sitting in meditation. Every day, sometimes for hours. Correcting yourself when you drift into old patterns, all of that was necessary. It was training. But here's the thing. Effort is a bridge, not a home. At stage 7, you stop trying to be present, because presence is no longer a skill you're practicing. It's the air you breathe. You stop trying to be mindful, because mindfulness is simply what's here when you're not tangled in thoughts about past and future. It's not that discipline is abandoned. It's that the discipline has done its job and no longer feels like discipline. The disappearing you, perhaps. The most shocking part of this stage isn't that the bull disappears, it's that you disappear. Not in the physical sense, of course. You still have a body, a name, and a life to live. But the heavy sense of me, the constant self-commentary, the mental narrator who's always telling the story of my life, That voice loses its grip. You no longer see life through the lens of, what does this mean for me? Or, how does this affect my story? Instead, you simply simply act. You simply live. This doesn't make you passive. It makes you free. Freedom without escaping. A common misunderstanding about this stage is that it's about escaping. Life retreating to a mountaintop, avoiding responsibility, or floating in bliss 24/7. That's not it. In fact, the opposite often happens. You become more engaged with life, but now your actions aren't fueled by the endless chase for fulfillment. You're not trying to fill a hole inside you because you've realized the hole was imaginary. Instead of being pulled by craving or pushed by fear, you move with a quiet joy and clarity. Work still needs to be done. People still need help. But now it's done without the constant burden of, I must fix myself first. The paradox of seeking here's, the paradox Zen has been hinting at from the beginning. You have to seek in order to realize there's nothing to seek. You have to walk the path in order to see there was no path. If someone had told you this at the very beginning, it wouldn't have helped. In fact, it might have made you quit before you began, because without the stages of searching, struggling, finding, taming, and riding, the realization would be just empty words. You had to feel the longing. You had to taste the frustration. You had to celebrate the breakthroughs and cry over the setbacks. Only then could this disappearance be understood, not as loss, but as the most natural return. Living without the bull. So, what does life look like when the bull is gone? On the surface, not much changes. You still brush your teeth, go to work, answer emails, eat dinner, and maybe even get annoyed when someone leaves the cap off the toothpaste. But underneath, everything is different. There's a lightness, as if life is happening through you rather than being something you have to control. There's less stickiness. Emotions and thoughts come and go without clinging. There's a subtle joy that doesn't depend on circumstances. Sunny days are lovely. Rainy days are lovely too, and perhaps most importantly, there's no sense that you need to be anywhere else. Why this isn't the end of Zen. Feels like a kind of arrival. Zen doesn't stop here. If you've transcended the bull, you might think the journey is over. But the truth is, Zen's map keeps going. In the later stages, this freedom is brought fully back into the ordinary world, into relationships, work, and the messy human realm. Because awakening isn't for escaping life, it's for living it fully, with nothing left out. Stage 7 is the dissolving of separation. Stage 8 and beyond are about what happens when you live from that realization. A gentle reminder, if you're not here yet, if you're still chasing the bull, don't try to skip ahead by pretending the bull is gone. That's just another trick of the mind. Let each stage be what it is. The bull will disappear when the time is right, when the seeking has done its work and the seeker itself dissolves. Until then, keep walking, keep practicing, keep riding. The disappearance is not something you can force. It's something that happens when you've been ready for far longer than you realized. In Zen's words, when you are not looking for it, it will come to you. When you stop seeking, you will find at stage 7, you're no longer holding the rope, no longer keeping watch, no longer searching for footprints. You are simply here. The bull is gone, and yet you have never been more whole. Stage 8, both bull and self transcended the stage where boundaries vanish up until now. The journey has felt like a relationship between two things, you and the bull. There was the seeker and the sought, the observer and the observed, the person trying to attain something and the elusive something itself. But here, at stage 8, something radical happens. Both disappear. There is no bull. There is no you. And yet, everything is here. The dissolving of the separate self. In the earlier stages, your entire practice revolved around catching, taming, and riding the bull. You were still operating from a subtle assumption. I am a separate person, and my job is to unite with my true nature. But now, that assumption itself comes into question. Imagine this. You've been holding onto a rope all your life, thinking it's keeping you from falling into a dangerous river. One day, you realize there is no river, no danger, and the rope itself is only keeping you from floating freely. So, you simply let go. The Buddha once described it like this: in deep meditation, the perception of the self disappears. The meditator, the process, and the object of meditation become one. You begin to see that the self you were protecting, defending, and improving, that solid me, is not as solid as you thought. It's a collection of thoughts, memories, and sensations held together by habit. When this me is no longer clung to, something vast opens up from. Chasing to being, think of your earlier practice like a dog chasing its own tail. It runs in circles, convinced the tail is something separate. But at this stage, the chasing stops not because the tail has been caught, but because the illusion of separation is gone. Now there's no gap between seeker and sought. There's no finish line to cross because there's no runner. There's just the running itself. Or better yet, there's just being. Everyday life in stage 8 daily life continues, but with a subtle, profound difference. You still wake up in the morning. You still brush your teeth, eat breakfast, go to work. You still have conversations, laugh at jokes, maybe even get caught in traffic. But there's an ease now. Situations arise, and you respond without the tight grip of self-concern. This doesn't mean you become passive. It means you participate fully, but without the constant background noise of ego. It's as if you've been wearing a pair of headphones blasting static your whole life, and suddenly, silence. You can finally hear the birds, the wind, the hum of life itself, the ocean and the wave. One of the most common metaphors for this stage is the ocean and the wave. Earlier, you might have thought, I am a small wave, and I must somehow merge with the vast ocean. But here, you realize you were never separate. The wave is the ocean, temporarily expressing itself in a particular shape. The ocean doesn't need to become the ocean. It already is. The wave doesn't lose anything by realizing this. In fact, it gains everything. This recognition is not an intellectual idea. It's a living experience that permeates every action. Challenges of stage 8. Ironically, even at this advanced stage, subtle traps remain. One of the biggest is the idea of, I have transcended the self. As soon as you believe that, reintroduced a self, the enlightened self who now knows better. The ego is clever. It can sneak in through the back door, even wearing spiritual robes. That's why Zen masters often warn their students not to cling to any sense of attainment. As the Diamond Sutra says, if you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. This shocking phrase isn't about violence, it's about letting go of every fixed image. Even the image of enlightenment itself, the taste of oneness when the sense of separation dissolves. There's an effortless intimacy with everything. The wind on your face doesn't feel like outside weather, it feels like your own breath. The laughter of a child isn't someone else's joy, it's joy itself, without ownership. The sadness in another's eyes doesn't feel foreign. It moves through you as naturally as your own heartbeat. This is not mystical poetry. It's an actual shift in how experience unfolds. You no longer feel like a small bubble drifting in space. You feel like space itself, containing all bubbles. No one left to awaken. Here's the paradox. The spiritual journey began with you wanting to awaken. Now, there's no one left to awaken. It's like climbing a mountain for years, sweating, straining, desperate to reach the summit, only to arrive and find that the summit has no sign, no trophy, no gates of heaven. In fact, the mountain and the climber were never separate. The you who wanted enlightenment dissolves into the vastness that was always here. How Zen masters teach this stage in Zen monasteries. Students at this stage are often given tasks that seem ordinary: sweeping the floor, chopping vegetables, carrying water. Why? Because enlightenment isn't about escaping daily life, It's about seeing daily life as it is. When you sweep the floor, you're not a person doing sweeping. There's just sweeping. The boundary between self and action dissolves. Practical ways to rest in this stage. While you can't force the transcendence of self, you can notice when the mind begins to separate again. Here are some gentle reminders. Shift from me to we when talking or thinking. See how often you refer back to yourself. Try widening the perspective to include others. Let go of the scoreboard. Stop keeping track of your spiritual progress. The moment you measure, you reintroduce separation. Rest in direct experience whenever possible. Feel the raw texture of life, the breath in your nose, the sound of footsteps, the sensation of air on your skin. Let go of the labels. Notice the spaces, not just the objects, but the silence between sounds, the gaps between thoughts. A glimpse through everyday examples to illustrate this stage. Imagine you're having a conversation with a friend. In earlier stages, part of your mind might be thinking, how do I sound? What should I say next? But here, there's just conversation. Words flow, pauses happen, laughter arises. There's no inner commentator keeping score, or picture walking. Through a forest, you're not thinking, I am walking in the forest. There's just walking, just forest, just birdsong. The quiet joy. There's a quiet joy in stage 8, not the ecstatic high of an achievement, but the steady warmth of a hearth. Nothing needs to be added, nothing needs to be taken away. You can sit in a chair and watch sunlight move across the floor for hours, perfectly content. This is not laziness, it's fullness. Life in each moment is already complete, the beginning of the end. And the end of the beginning, stage 8, is both a culmination and a starting point. The bull and the self are gone, but life remains vibrant, unpredictable, mysterious. From here, the journey moves toward the final stages, where even the idea of being on a journey falls away. But for now, you rest in this vastness, letting life live itself through you, or, as an old Zen saying goes, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. The difference is, now there's no one chopping, no one carrying, only the endless dance of life. Stage 9, returning to the origin after a long, winding journey of seeking, struggling, taming, writing, and transcending. You find yourself back where you started. But this is not the same you who began the journey. The path has changed you in ways you could never have imagined. The world may look the same, the streets, the trees, the people, the hum of everyday life, but your eyes see differently now. The Zen tradition calls this returning to the origin. It's not about climbing to a mountaintop and staying there, in isolation, forever. It's about coming back down, walking into your village, and living among people again, but with the heart and mind of someone who has seen through the illusions that once ruled them. The full circle. In the early stages of the journey, you were restless. You felt something was missing. You chased after answers, teachers, books, practices, hoping they would give you the treasure you longed for. You might have imagined that enlightenment would mean living in constant bliss, floating above life's problems like a saint untouched by pain. But after years of chasing, you discovered something far more subtle and far more powerful. The treasure was not somewhere out there. It was here all along. And now, in stage 9, you are back in the same kitchen, washing the same dishes, hearing the same rain, tapping on the same window. And yet, it's all transformed. The ordinary becomes extraordinary. Before, washing dishes was a chore. You rushed through it so you could get to something more important. But now, the warm water on your hands, the clinking of porcelain, the swirl of soap bubbles, it's not just a task, it's an experience. You notice the way sunlight lands on a wall, the smell of freshly baked bread from the corner bakery, the laughter of children playing. These are not background noises anymore. They are the music of your life. Every moment is complete. There's nothing to add, nothing to take away, nothing left to chase. This is one of the great paradoxes of spiritual practice. You spend years chasing something, only to realize that the very act of chasing kept you from seeing it. When the chasing stops, you see that you already have everything you need. It's not that challenges disappear. Bills still need to be paid. The body still gets tired. People will still disagree with you. But the difference is, these things no longer own you. They come, they go, and you remain steady, rooted, and unshaken. Life flows naturally in stage 9. Life feels less like something you have to control and more like something you participate in. You don't cling so tightly to plans. You move with events instead of resisting them. You laugh more easily, forgive more quickly, and listen more deeply. Even in moments of sadness or loss, there's a quiet knowing underneath, a sense that this too is part of the dance of life. The return is the teaching. If someone were to meet you now, they might not even know you've been on a profound spiritual journey. You might be wearing the same clothes, eating the same food, working the same job, but those who pay attention will notice something different. They'll notice the way you're fully present when they talk to you. They'll notice that you don't rush to judgment, that your laugh is freer, that you seem at peace even in the middle of uncertainty. You no longer feel the need to lecture or preach. Instead, your very way of being becomes the teaching. A story from the Zen tradition. There's an old Zen tale about a monk who spent decades in a mountain monastery, meditating from dawn until night, searching for enlightenment. One day, while fetching water from a stream, he saw the reflection of the moon in the bucket. In that instant, he understood. The moon had always been there. He just hadn't seen it clearly before. He returned to the village, opened a small tea shop, and spent the rest of his life serving tea to travelers. People came from far and wide, not for the tea, though it was excellent, but for the feeling of peace they experienced in his presence. He never claimed to be a teacher, but every cup of tea was a lesson in mindfulness. This is the spirit of stage 9, quietly living, fully present. Letting your life be the teaching, the gentle power of simplicity. Modern life trains us to believe that happiness is somewhere in the next achievement, the next possession, the next milestone. Stage 9 is the moment you see through that illusion completely. Happiness isn't in the next thing, it's in this thing right now. When you eat, you eat. When you walk, you walk. When you rest, you rest. It sounds too simple, but that's the point. The truth was always simple. A day in stage 9, this: you wake up in the morning. Before, your mind would have immediately flooded with thoughts. What's on my to-do list? What do I need to fix? What am I behind on? Now you wake up and notice the morning light filtering through the curtains. You hear birdsong. You take a slow, full breath. You feel your body stretch awake. You still get out of bed, make coffee, answer emails, go to work, but everything feels lighter. You're no longer trying to get somewhere else. You're exactly where you need to be. The deeper understanding stage 9 teaches you that the journey was never about reaching a place where life stops being messy. It's about seeing the perfection in the messiness. It's about living in harmony with things as they are, without needing them to match your picture of how they should be. And from this place, gratitude flows naturally. Why this stage matters? Some people misunderstand this stage, thinking it means you stop caring or stop trying. But that's not true at all. When there's nothing left to chase, you actually engage with life more fully, not less. You still plant gardens, cook meals, care for loved ones, work toward goals. The difference is, you do these things from a place of fullness, not from a sense of lack. In Zen imagery, the earlier stages were about searching for the bull, taming it, riding it, and transcending it. Stage 9 is about walking barefoot through the village with the bull nowhere in sight, carrying nothing but your presence. The people you meet on the street don't see a mystic or a master. They see a person who is fully alive. Closing reflection, reflection returning to the origin is not about retreating from life, It's about returning to it completely. You've seen the mountaintop, but you've also returned to the valley. And here, in the valley of everyday life, you find the greatest treasure. The ordinary is extraordinary. A cup of tea, the sound of rain, the laughter of a friend, each is complete in itself. There's nothing left to chase. There's only life, right here, right now, and you are finally home. Stage 10, entering the marketplace with helping hands, the final step of the 10 Bulls journey. The journey began in solitude. It started with longing, that restless feeling deep inside you that something was missing, that life must hold a truth you haven't yet touched. You followed that calling through confusion, struggle, effort, and insight. You tamed your restless mind. You learned to ride its storms. You transcended the very idea of a self chasing after peace. And now, at the end of the road, you are back where you started. But you are not the same dot. This is the 10th stage, entering the marketplace with helping hands, where the circle completes itself. From the mountain to the village, for years, perhaps decades, you've walked the inner path. You've climbed the mountains of self-discipline, wandered the forests of doubt, crossed the rivers of fear, and finally found the stillness beyond striving. Now, the path turns downward, back toward the marketplace, back toward the noise, the chatter, the smells of street food, and the laughter of children. Only this time, you are not returning as the same person who left. When you first walked into the marketplace, you were a seeker, distracted, hurried, pulled by every shiny object and tempting fragrance. You came as someone looking for something. Now you return as someone who carries something, and you carry it not for yourself, but for others. The fruit of the journey, what? Is this something you bring back? It isn't a magic formula. It isn't a sermon or a rigid set of rules. It is something quieter, deeper, and more powerful. Your presence, the peace you found in the mountains, is no longer fragile. It doesn't need protection. It doesn't depend on the silence of a temple or the safety of isolation. It walks with you, even in the middle of chaos. You find yourself in the middle of busy streets, hearing honking horns, seeing impatient faces, yet you feel no rush to get anywhere. A child spills juice on your clothes, and instead of irritation, you feel warmth and laughter. A stranger lashes out at you in anger, and instead of reacting with defense, you see their pain and respond with kindness. This is the fruit of the journey, not just freedom from your own suffering, but the ability to meet the suffering of others without being swept away by it. Helping hands don't always look like help when people imagine helping hands. They often think of dramatic gestures, giving speeches, running charities, rescuing people in crisis. But in this stage, help is often small, ordinary, and invisible. You help by listening fully when someone speaks without rehearsing your reply in your head. You help by not adding your own fuel to a heated argument. You help by holding the door for someone whose hands are full. You help by not rushing to fix people, but by simply being with them in their pain until they remember their own strength. In this way, you touch countless lives, and often, you will never know the full extent of your impact. No urge to preach. One of the most striking things about this stage is that you don't feel the need to convince anyone of anything. You no longer think, I have the answer, and I must make others see it. You realize that forcing your truth onto others often creates more resistance than growth. Instead, you live your truth quietly, and in doing so, you become a living example, not of perfection, but of peace in the middle of imperfection. This attracts people naturally. They may come to you and ask, how are you so calm? How do you stay steady when life is so unpredictable? And your answer may be as simple as a smile or a story, or a single sentence that meets them exactly where they are. The ripples you cannot see. Imagine dropping a small pebble into a still pond. The ripples move outward in circles, touching places far beyond where the pebble entered the water. Your actions in this stage are like that pebble. A single moment of patience from you can prevent someone from having a terrible day. A single word of encouragement can help a friend take a step they were afraid to take. A small act of forgiveness can end a chain of resentment that might have lasted years. And you will rarely see where the ripples end. That's the beauty of it. You no longer need to. The return is not an ending stage. 10 is not a final, static state where you sit back and say, I have arrived. Life will still bring challenges. Your body will still age. You will still face loss, disappointment, and uncertainty. But the way you meet those experiences has changed forever. You no longer see life as a problem to be solved. You see it as a dance to be danced. Some days the music is slow and gentle. Some days it is fast and chaotic. But you do not resist it. You move with it. The old man in the village in Zen tradition. Stage 10 is often depicted as a smiling, bearded man in simple clothes, carrying a sack over his shoulder, walking into the village. Sometimes he's shown with children laughing around him. Sometimes he's drinking tea with neighbors. He is no longer the enlightened one sitting on a mountaintop. He is the neighbor who helps mend a fence, tells a good joke, and shares bread with a stranger. People may not even know about his journey, and that's the point. His life is his teaching. Your marketplace, you don't have to literally live in a village. Marketplace for this stage to be real for you. Your marketplace could be your home, your office, your online community, your friendships, your art, or even the strangers you meet in daily life. The question is, what do you bring into those spaces now? Do you bring the restless seeking you once carried, or do you bring the grounded peace you've discovered? In this stage, the answer is simple. You bring yourself, fully, whole, present, the true gift at the end of this long journey. You realize something profound. The greatest gift you can give the world is not your knowledge, your opinions, or even your hard work. It is the quality of your own presence. When you show up with an open heart and a calm mind, you create space for others to do the same. When you live without needing to prove or defend yourself, you give others permission to drop their own armor. This is the quiet revolution of stage 10, the transformation of the world. One peaceful interaction at a time. Final reflection. The 10 Bulls journey doesn't end in the clouds. It ends with your feet on the ground. It ends with you at the marketplace, surrounded by life in all its noise and beauty, carrying nothing but an open heart and a pair of helping hands. And maybe, just maybe, that's where the real journey begins. The spiral nature of the journey, here's the final secret. These stages aren't strictly linear. You might cycle between them, taste stage 7, and then find yourself back in stage 4. This isn't failure, it's the spiral nature of growth. Each time you revisit an earlier stage, you bring new depth and wisdom to it. The psychology beneath the map, the 10 Bulls describe the experience of awakening. But they don't explain why your mind works this way. Buddhist psychology speaks of mental formations, patterns of thought, emotion, and habit shaped by years of conditioning. Early stages are dominated by these patterns. Later stages see them as temporary ripples on the surface of awareness. Some patterns dissolve quickly. Others formed in childhood or inherited from generations before require more patience. This is why awakening is gradual. As the Buddha said, drop by drop is the water pot filled. Every moment you choose presence over reactivity adds another drop. Over time, the pot fills. You're not just becoming spiritual, you're rewiring your brain, shifting neural pathways that have been reinforced for decades. And this, more than anything, explains why the journey can feel like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But each step is still the path, and every footprint, yours, mine. The ones made centuries ago leads to the same realization. What you seek was never lost. What you chase has always been here. And the map, the 10 Bulls, is simply a mirror reflecting you back to yourself. The hidden programming running your life right now, there is an invisible operating system running in the background of your mind. It was installed without your consent, without you even realizing it. and it's quietly influencing every thought you think, every emotion you feel, and every decision you make. It's not malicious, it's not out to get you. It's simply the accumulated result of every single experience you've ever had. Every joy, every heartbreak, every rejection, every moment of triumph, they've all left subtle imprints in the way your mind works. In Buddhist psychology, these imprints are called samskaras, or samskaras, think of them as grooves, into your consciousness by repetition. Here's a metaphor. Imagine a pristine snowfield after a fresh snowfall. The first time someone walks across it, they leave faint footprints. The next person naturally steps in the same footprints. It's easier than making a new trail. Over time, that path gets deeper, more compacted, and eventually it becomes the way everyone walks. Without even thinking about it, that's exactly how your mental and emotional patterns work. The first time you encountered a particular type of situation, your mind responded in a certain way. Maybe you felt fear, maybe excitement, maybe shame. The next time something similar happened, you followed the same emotional footprints, not consciously, but automatically. Each repetition made the path deeper, more entrenched. Why you keep repeating yourself? Have you ever reacted to something in a way that felt totally disproportionate to the situation? Maybe someone criticizes you at work, and instantly, without thinking, you feel like you're a kid again, small, powerless, and on the verge of tears. Or maybe you face uncertainty, and immediately your stomach knots up, the same way it did during that one terrifying chapter of your life years ago. These are not deliberate, rational responses. They are samskaras, automatic reactions. Running on neural pathways built long ago, your mind isn't analyzing the present, it's replaying the past. The storehouse of the mind Buddhist psychology has a beautiful way of explaining this. It says that these patterns are stored in what's called the Glaivanona, the storehouse consciousness. Think of it like a vast underground library where every experience you've ever had is archived. Unlike your regular memory, you don't consciously look things up here. Instead, the storehouse quietly sends up suggestions, snap judgments, and instant reactions based on its collection. When you see a friend's face, you don't consciously analyze it and compare it to a database of known faces. Recognition happens. Instantly, that's the storehouse at work. The same process happens emotionally. Your brain rapidly checks the current situation against your stored experiences and labels it safe, threatening, pleasant, or unpleasant before you've even had time to think this is useful until it isn't. Because some of those stored patterns are outdated, incomplete, or based on distorted information from your past. When old patterns become prison walls as a child, if expressing your feelings got you punished or ignored, you might have learned to shut down emotionally during conflict. That may have helped you survive back then, but now, as an adult, that same pattern might keep you from building the deep relationships you long for. Or maybe your family constantly emphasized perfection. Now, decades later, you might still feel a subtle tension every time you make a small mistake, even when no one else notices or cares. You're not responding to this moment, you're responding to echoes from long ago. And here's the twist. These patterns don't just influence how you react, they actually shape what you see. Two people can witness the same event and walk away with entirely different interpretations, because their samskaras are filtering reality differently. If you have a strong rejection pattern, you might interpret a neutral face as disapproval. If you have a perfectionism pattern, you might fixate on the one tiny thing that went wrong and completely overlook everything that went right. The Buddha put it simply, we don't suffer from what happens to us. We suffer from how we perceive what happens to us. The first step, awareness. So how do you change something that runs on autopilot? The first and most important step is this. You notice it. Most people go their entire lives believing their automatic reactions are simply who they are. They've never paused to ask, is this really me? Or is this just an old pattern running the show? Meditation is one of the most powerful tools for making this distinction. When you sit quietly and watch your mind, you start to see the patterns. In action, you notice that certain thoughts reliably trigger certain emotions. You catch yourself spinning worst-case scenarios out of nothing, or replaying past mistakes over and over. This seeing is the beginning of freedom, the Buddha said. Awareness is the path to the deathless. Unawareness is the path of death. Those who are aware never die. Those who are unaware are as if already dead. He wasn't talking about physical death. He meant that without awareness, you're simply recycling the past, sleepwalking through life. With awareness, you're alive to possibility. Breaking the loop, you've probably been in the middle of an argument and realized, wait, we've had this exact fight before. Same words, same tone, same frustration. Or maybe you've noticed that you keep dating the same type of person who hurts you in the same way. No matter how much you think you want something different, that's not fate. That's not bad luck. That's your magnetizing you toward the familiar, even when the familiar is painful. The good news, every single time you notice the pattern, you weaken it. Awareness creates a tiny space between the trigger and your response. And in that space, you can choose something different. It's like rerouting a river. You can't force the water to instantly change course, but with patience and consistent effort, you can carve a new channel. Over time, the water flows there naturally. The gentle approach, some people worry that examining their patterns will make them overthink everything. But Buddhist awareness is not harsh self-analysis. It's gentle curiosity. It's like watching a child play. You're interested, attentive, and kind. Patterns aren't just formed by your own life either. Some are inherited. You can carry emotional habits from your parents or even generations before you. Tendencies toward anxiety, defensiveness, avoidance. Knowing this can bring compassion to the process. You're not broken. You're carrying echoes of many lives. Rewiring for joy. Not all samskaras are painful. Every time you practice kindness, every time you let yourself feel gratitude, every time you forgive, you're deepening positive grooves in your mind. This is why Buddhist practice emphasizes cultivating qualities like compassion and loving kindness. You're not just being nice in the moment, you're literally programming your mind to default to peace rather than conflict. As the Buddha taught, hatred is never overcome by hatred. It is only overcome by love. This is an eternal law. Practical starting points. Here's how you can start today. Notice a trigger, the moment you feel yourself falling into a familiar emotional reaction. Pause. Take one conscious breath. That's it. Just one. This breath interrupts the autopilot. Label the pattern silently. Name it. This is my perfectionism, or this is my rejection story. Choose differently, even slightly. Maybe you don't say the sharp comeback. Maybe you listen a moment longer. Small changes matter. Each time you do this, you're loosening the old wiring. The deepest freedom zone patterns may never disappear completely, but they can lose their power over you. They can arise without pulling you in. You can watch them pass like clouds drifting through the open sky. And here's the most profound discovery. When you're no longer identified with your patterns, you start to realize you are not your patterns at all. You are the awareness in which they arise. That awareness is spacious, free, and untouched by the past. Beneath all the programming, you are infinite potential. And the moment you see that clearly, your life stops being a repetition of old scripts and becomes something brand new. The emptiness that makes you free, expanded and revised in ancient masters, uncovered something so subtle and yet so powerful that it changed the way they saw life forever. It wasn't a mystical incantation or a secret ritual. It was a direct insight into the very nature of reality itself. And with it came an end to the kind of mental suffering most of us think is simply part of being human. They saw something astonishing. What appears solid is, at its core, fluid. What seems permanent is constantly shifting. What feels like me is not a fixed, solid thing at all. The Buddha called this nyat, emptiness. But this is not the emptiness of a barren desert or an abandoned house. It's not a void that swallows meaning. This emptiness is more like the openness of space itself, infinite, unbounded, full of potential. Imagine reaching out to grab a handful of sky. Your fingers close around, nothing. And yet, that nothing contains everything. Clouds, birds, sunlight, storms. The sky's emptiness is not a limitation. It's the very reason movement and change are possible. If the sky were solid, nothing could pass through it. But because it's open, life can unfold within it. Your true nature is like that. You are not a rigid block of identity that needs constant polishing or defending. You are more like that space, open awareness, in which all thoughts, feelings, and sensations arise and dissolve. But somewhere along the way, we forget this. We start believing we are a solid self that must be protected, perfected, and kept consistent. We measure our worth by the image we present, and we fear the cracks in that image. This misunderstanding creates the heavy, constant pressure to keep it all together, to be someone. At first, the idea that there is no solid self might sound frightening. If there's no fixed me to protect, who am I? If there's no permanent identity to improve, what's the point of growth? But here's the paradox. Realizing this, truth doesn't erase you, it sets you free. Think about how exhausting it is to maintain a self-image. You have to remember the right opinions, uphold certain tastes, behave in ways that match your personality. It's like playing a role in a never-ending play where you never get to leave the stage. But what if you didn't have to keep the act going? What if you could meet each moment without dragging the weight of a fixed identity into it? What if you could be sad without being a sad person, or angry without being an angry person? This is the liberation the Buddha pointed toward when he said, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." He wasn't speaking in riddles. He was describing a way of seeing that you can test right now. Take any experience you're having in this moment. Maybe you feel calm. Maybe there's tension in your chest. Look closely. Where does that calm start and end? What is the shape of tension? What color is it? How much does your anxiety weigh? When you examine experience this way, you start to see it doesn't have the fixed qualities you assumed. It isn't a solid object sitting inside you. It's more like a current in a river, moving, shifting, never quite the same from one instant to the next. This is true for emotions too. Anger can feel like a single solid thing, but where exactly is it? If you pay close attention, you'll notice that anger is actually a sequence of sensations, thoughts, images, and impulses, all of which are changing moment by moment. The same is true for sadness, excitement, fear, or joy. They all exist, but they don't exist in the rigid, permanent way we think they do. Seeing this changes everything. When you know anger is a process, you can let it move through you without letting it define you. When you see sadness as temporary weather in the open sky of awareness, you can feel it fully without being swept away. And it's not just emotions, it's thoughts, too. That worry looping in your head feels so real. But what is it actually made of? Where does it come from? And when it's gone, where does it go? Thoughts are like clouds. They gather, they drift, they dissolve, all. Within the space of awareness, when you see this, something remarkable happens. Your problems start to loosen. A relationship tension that once felt like an unmovable wall is revealed to be a mix of changing feelings, memories, assumptions, and imagined futures, none of which is fixed. The problem still exists, but it's softer, more workable. Doesn't mean you pretend problems don't matter. It means you stop treating them as permanent. Anything without a fixed essence can change, and that changes your relationship to life. Buddha taught that suffering comes from grasping at what can't be held and resisting what can't be stopped. We cling to pleasure as if it could last forever. We fight pain as if it were a prison sentence. We defend our identity as if it were a glass statue that could shatter. But when you see the empty nature of experiences, a deeper relaxation becomes possible. You can enjoy pleasure without clutching it. You can face pain without drowning. In it, you can let your sense of self be fluid, meeting life as it comes. And this changes how you see others too. If everyone is empty of fixed essence, you stop expecting them to stay the same for your comfort. You allow people to grow, to contradict themselves, to surprise you. If someone is rude, you see it as a temporary state arising from conditions, maybe stress, fatigue, or hurt, rather than a permanent mark of their character. That's where compassion naturally blooms. You realize you're not alone in your misunderstandings. Everyone is wrestling with the same illusions. The Buddha's reminder, "All conditioned things are impermanent," is not a grim statement about decay. It's an invitation to participate in the dance of change. Every storm passes, every joy fades, every difficulty eventually shifts into something new. Emptiness doesn't make life meaningless. On the contrary, it frees meaning from being locked in place. You can love fully knowing it may not last forever, and that makes the love even more precious. You can work passionately without your job having to define your worth. You can grow without needing to become some final, perfected version of yourself. And here's one more secret. Emptiness reveals interdependence. Nothing stands alone. Every thought, every emotion, every circumstance is the result of countless conditions coming together. Your happiness depends on relationships, on environment, on habits, on things far beyond your control. But that's not disempowering, it's liberating. Because if life is woven from conditions, then changing the conditions can change the pattern. If your anxiety is a mix of certain thoughts, body tensions, and environmental cues, you can work with those. If your joy grows from gratitude, movement, and meaningful connection, you can cultivate more of those. This is why Buddhist practice emphasizes understanding over control. You don't have to force yourself into stillness or happiness. You can instead see what conditions allow those states to arise naturally and nurture them. And when you really see this, when you live this, you taste what the Buddha called the bliss of emptiness. It's not the bliss of getting everything you want. It's the bliss of not needing life to be any particular way before you can rest. It's the quiet joy of no longer carrying the burden of a solid, unchanging self. It's the freedom of knowing that whatever is arising now, good or bad, will pass, transform, and give way to something new. Awakening, the masters say, is not a one-time fireworks show. It comes in waves, in spirals, in deepening cycles of understanding. Again and again, you return to the truth. Everything is empty, and because it's empty, anything is possible. The sacred wheel that teaches you everything. Have you ever noticed that certain patterns in your life keep repeating? Maybe it's the same kind of heartbreak, the same kind of job disappointment, the same kind of misunderstanding with friends or family. You make a promise to yourself this time will be different, and yet, somehow, you find yourself in an eerily familiar situation again. Most of us take these repetitions as bad omens or signs of failure. We say, "I must be cursed," or "I just can't get it right." But what if that's not what's happening at all? What if these recurring patterns aren't punishments, but lessons? What if life itself is a sophisticated teaching system that keeps bringing you exactly what you need over and over until you truly understand? This is not a new idea. In Buddhist philosophy, there's a name for this cycle: samsara, the endless, wheel of birth, death, and rebirth. Not just in the literal sense, but in the way experiences repeat in our daily lives. Most people hear samsara and think of it as a trap, something to escape from at all costs. But the ancient masters discovered something profound. Samsara is not your prison. It's your most patient teacher. How the wheel works, the wheel turns because of the law of cause and effect. The Buddha put it simply, if you want to know your past, look at your present condition. If you want to know your future, look at your present actions. Life isn't random. Every situation you face now is a reflection of seeds you planted before, through your thoughts, actions, and choices. Some seeds sprout quickly, others take years or decades. But when they bloom, they bring the exact lesson you're ready to meet. Think of it like learning to walk as a child. You didn't get it right the first time. You fell over and over. But every fall gave you new data. Balance, coordination, resilience. You didn't call yourself a failure. You understood the falling was part of learning. Life works the same way. The wheel brings you the same kind of challenge again and again. Not because you're doomed, but because each round offers a new opportunity to meet it with more wisdom. Not a circle, a spiral here's the subtle thing most people miss. These patterns don't just loop like a flat circle. They spiral. Each time you encounter a familiar situation, you're not exactly where you were before. You're meeting it with whatever insight you've gained since the last time. Maybe the type of person who used to trigger your rage now only sparks mild irritation. Maybe a setback that once felt catastrophic now feels like a manageable challenge. From the outside, it might look like you're back where you started, but from the inside, you're a step higher on the spiral staircase. The ancient masters called this the spiral path, the way we ascend through life's repeating lessons. Circling back, but always at a higher vantage point, from resistance to surfing. So, how do you ride the wheel instead of being crushed by it? The secret is simple, but counterintuitive. Work with the momentum, not against it. Imagine trying to stop ocean waves with your hands. Impossible. The harder you fight, the more exhausted you become. Now imagine surfing those waves instead. You don't control their size or timing, but you learn to read their movement, position yourself, and move with their energy. Life's challenges are waves. Your job isn't to flatten them, it's to ride them with balance and awareness. This is where the Buddhist teaching on the first and second arrow comes in. The first arrow is what life throws at you. Loss, illness, disappointment. The second arrow is your reaction to it. Resistance, judgment. This shouldn't be happening to me. The first arrow is inevitable. The second arrow is optional. You drop the second arrow. Something miraculous happens. Pain no longer automatically turns into suffering. Difficulty no longer automatically turns into drama. Finding the medicine in the lesson every experience, even the painful ones, contains. Medicine. Sometimes the medicine is obvious. A mistake teaches caution. A failure teaches humility. Other times the medicine is subtle. A betrayal sharpens your intuition. A health scare teaches you to value time. A heartbreak opens you to deeper compassion. The lesson isn't always immediate. Some teachings take years to ripen in your understanding, but every single turn of the wheel is carrying you toward greater clarity. If you're willing to look for the gift, the 8 winds and true balance, the Buddha warned about what he called the 8 worldly winds: pleasure and pain, gain and loss, praise and blame, fame and disgrace. Most people are blown about by these winds, elated when they blow in their favor, crushed when they don't. The art of riding the wheel is to stay grounded, whether the wind is pleasant or unpleasant. This is equanimity, not numbness, not indifference, but warm, steady presence. It's like a mountain in changing weather. The mountain feels the sun, the rain, the snow, but it doesn't crumble when the seasons change. Impermanence as teacher one. Of the deepest lessons the wheel offers is that everything is temporary. The good will pass, the bad will pass. Nothing stays fixed. When you truly understand this, sunsets become more beautiful because you know they're fleeting. Hardship becomes more bearable because you know it won't last forever. Impermanence doesn't steal meaning, it gives it. You are not alone on the wheel. Your experiences don't arise in isolation. They're woven from countless interactions: your family history, your culture, your choices, your encounters with others. When you see that everyone is spinning on the same wheel, it's hard to judge harshly. The person who wronged you is also struggling with their own patterns. The friend who let you down is learning lessons you may not see. We're all students in the same cosmic school, just in different grades. Why the spiral feels like starting over. Sometimes, even after years of practice or therapy, old wounds resurface. You might think, I thought I was past this. But this is simply the spiral bringing you back to the lesson at a deeper level. What you once understood in your head, you're now invited to embody in your actions. Growth isn't linear. It's more like polishing a gem the cloth keeps, circling over the same surface. But each pass makes it shine more. The sacred task, the sacred wheel, samsara, is relentless, but it's not cruel. It is the perfect mirror, showing you exactly where your heart and mind need to open. You can resist it, fight it, curse it, or you can bow to it as your greatest teacher. With practice, patience, and courage, the wheel stops feeling like a trap and starts feeling like a path, a spiral staircase carrying you upward, lesson by lesson, wave by wave, toward the vast sky of your own awakening. The teacher, disguised as your enemy, there's a figure in Buddhist teaching called Mara, the embodiment of temptation, doubt, distraction, and fear. He's the shadow that appears not in your darkest failures, but in your moments of greatest potential. Most people think Mara is the villain of the story, the enemy of awakening, the one you must defeat. But here's the twist. In the deeper layers of the tradition, Mara isn't your enemy at all. Mara is your most precise teacher, and learning to recognize him changes everything. Meeting Mara in modern life, you know that voice that shows up exactly when you're about to make a real change. The day you finally commit to going to the gym, it says, "You're too tired, you can start tomorrow." When you decide to speak your truth in a relationship, it whispers, "Don't make waves. People won't like you if you say that." As you begin to feel genuinely peaceful, it invents new things for you to worry about. That's Mara in the ancient texts. Mara isn't just a metaphor. He's a vivid figure who appears in stories, sometimes as a godlike being, sometimes as a whisper in the mind. In the night of the Buddha's awakening, Mara came fully armed. He sent armies of demons. He conjured visions of seductive beauty. He unleashed storms of doubt, fear, and self-criticism, all designed for one purpose: to pull Siddhartha away from the edge of awakening. The Buddha's radical response here, where the story becomes revolutionary. The Buddha didn't draw a sword. He didn't debate Mara. He didn't try to prove Mara wrong. He simply looked into the shadow and said, "I see you, Mara." 3 words, no resistance, no hatred, just clear recognition. And in that moment, Mara's power dissolved. Why recognition? Works Buddhist psychology teaches that our inner obstacles, fear, anger, self-doubt, feed on unconsciousness. They thrive in the shadows of the mind, where we mistake them for truth. The instant you bring them into the light of awareness, their grip loosens. The Buddha once said, "Hatred is never appeased by hatred in this world. By non-hatred alone is hatred appeased." This is a law eternal. This law applies not just to anger, but to every face of Mara. Doubt isn't overcome by pretending to be confident. Fear isn't conquered by bullying yourself into bravery. Temptation isn't dissolved by shame. They transform only when they are seen clearly and met with compassion. Mara as Mira. Not monster. When you fight Mara, you're really fighting a part of yourself. When you deny his presence, you give him the keys to work in secret. But when you say, "I see you, Mara," something fundamental changes. You step out of being the victim and into being the witness. The moment you recognize Mara, you can ask, why is he here now? What is this doubt protecting me from? What growth edge am I about to cross? Often, Mara's arrival is actually confirmation that you're moving in the right direction. He rarely visits when you're stagnant. He shows up when you're on the verge of transformation. How Mara disguises himself. Sometimes Mara arrives in obvious ways, temptations that pull you off your path, sudden spikes of anxiety voices that tell you you're unworthy, but other times he wears the clothes of reasonable advice. You should be more realistic. Don't get your hopes up. Remember what happened last time. This is the trickiest form because it sounds like wisdom, the difference. True guidance supports your growth while encouraging mindful caution. Mara's voice always has an undertone of defeat. The four weapons of Marath, the Buddhist tradition, names four main tools Mara uses to pull you from your path: doubt, questions, your ability and the value of your practice, remedy. Remember direct experiences of clarity, even if brief. Desire distracts you with short-term pleasures over deep fulfillment, remedy. Acknowledge the desire, but choose consciously. Fear shows you all the ways things might go wrong. Remedy. Feel the fear, but act with care anyway. Pride convinces you you've already gone far enough. Remedy. Cultivate beginner's mind, the humility to keep learning. When any of these arise strongly, ask, is this thought serving my highest good or keeping me small? The muscle of commitment. Why would a wise teacher let Mara keep visiting? Because resistance builds strength, just as a muscle grows by pushing against weight. Your spiritual resolve deepens when tested. It's easy to be calm when nothing challenges you. The real question is, can you be calm when doubt roars? Can you stay open-hearted when fear rises? Mara's visits aren't failures. They're training sessions, a practice for meeting Mara. Notice, pause the moment you hear that familiar voice. Name silently, say, I see you, Mara. Normalize. Remember, this happens to everyone on the path. Inquire, ask, what is this protecting me from? Act wisely. Take the useful part of the message. Leave the rest, Mara. After awakening after the Buddha's enlightenment, Mara kept visiting, but the relationship had changed. The Buddha would greet him warmly. Hello, Mara. Come, let's have tea. This wasn't sarcasm. It was genuine friendliness. When you stop fearing your own mind, you can welcome every part of it. The freedom. This brings the goal isn't to eliminate Mara. You can't. The goal is to know him so well that his presence no longer shakes you. When you can greet doubt and fear with equanimity, you discover a freedom no circumstance can take away. Also begin to see others differently. You recognize their struggles with Mara, and compassion replaces judgment. The teacher in disguise Mara will visit you again and again. But every time you meet him with awareness instead of resistance, you step further into mastery of your own mind. What once felt like sabotage will begin to feel like mentorship, because Mara's true gift is this. He shows you exactly where you are still bound, so you can learn to walk free. And one day, like the Buddha, you'll be able to smile and say, ah, my old friend, I see you. The answer that needs no words, when the wisest sage in Buddhist history was once asked the deepest possible question about reality. He did something that shocked everyone. He didn't speak, not a single word, no parables, no philosophical arguments, no poetry, just silence. And yet, that silence contained more wisdom than 1,000 books. It pierced more deeply than the most eloquent teaching. It answered questions that had been asked for centuries without resolution. Here's why that silence changed everything, and how you can discover the same depth in your own life. The unexpected sage's name was Vimalakkhati. Not a monk, not a scholar, not a wandering ascetic living in the forest. He was a layperson, an ordinary householder. He lived in the marketplace, in the noise, bargaining, daily commerce, all the mésanges of human life. And yet, his understanding was so profound that even the Buddha's most respected disciples hesitated to visit him. It's said that when he fell ill, the Buddha asked his followers to go and see him. But one by one, the great elders declined. Not out of disrespect, but out of humility. Each confessed, I once went to teach Vimalakirti, but before I could speak, he revealed an understanding so deep that I found myself the student. This was the man whose wisdom made even the most accomplished monk's bow. The great debate one day. The question was put to a gathering of great teachers. What is the deepest nature of reality? What is the ultimate truth beyond all appearances? One by one, they offered their answers. Some spoke of emptiness, the insight that nothing exists independently, that all things arise through causes and conditions. Others spoke of non-duality, that the apparent separation between self and other is an illusion. Others spoke of consciousness, that all experience is but the play of awareness itself. Each answer was brilliant, refined, layered with logic and metaphor. Each was met with nods of respect. Then it was Vimalakirti's turn. The silence that spoke, he said nothing, not a single syllable. He simply sat in perfect stillness. No facial expression, no gesture, just an open, luminous silence. In that moment, something extraordinary happened. The assembly realized that every attempt to answer the question with words had already fallen short. The truth they sought wasn't an idea to be described. It was the reality that was already here, present before the first word. Unchanged by any explanation, Vimalakirti's silence didn't hide the truth. It revealed it, why silence can teach more than words. The Buddha himself praised this as the most perfect answer given that day, because the ultimate truth cannot be captured in a net of concepts. Right now, between the words you're reading, there's a space. In that space is something that knows without proving, understands without explaining, is present without needing to announce itself. This isn't the silence of absence. It's the silence of pure presence, the background in which all sound, thought, and movement appears. Silence as the mother of all communication. The notes are beautiful, but without the spaces between them, they'd collapse into noise. The pauses give shape to melody, meaning to rhythm, emotion to the song. Language works the same way. Words matter, but their meaning emerges because of the spaces, the breath before we speak, the pause after a sentence. But here's the deeper truth. The most profound communication doesn't happen in the words at all. It happens in the space that holds them. The times you already knew this, you have felt it before, sitting beside someone you love. No words exchanged, and yet feeling perfectly understood, standing in front of a mountain or an ocean, overwhelmed by beauty, knowing that no description could do it justice. Holding a newborn, watching the sunrise, sitting in meditation, where any attempt to speak would feel like an intrusion. In these moments, silence is not the absence of communication. It is communication in its purest form. The Buddha, unknoble, silence, the Buddha said, better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace. Better still is the silence from which all peace arises. In the Buddhist tradition, noble silence is not mute withdrawal. It's an alert, awake silence, the silence of deep listening and full presence. When you learn to rest in noble silence, you stop needing to fill every gap with talk. You stop rushing to justify or explain yourself. You discover that understanding can happen without verbal proof. Silence as medicine for the mind. So much of our suffering comes from the mind's endless commentary, the constant narrating, judging, planning, and replaying. But even the busiest mind has gaps. Thoughts arise in silence and dissolve back into silence. If you can become aware of these gaps, you'll find doorways into peace, always open, always available. Meditation, at its core, is the practice of resting in that gap, not forcing thoughts away, but settling into the silent awareness that was there before thought began. This awareness is like the sky. Clouds come and go, but the sky itself remains vast, open, and untouched. The three silences Buddhist teachers sometimes describe three types of silence. Silence of suppression, forcing thoughts and feelings underground. This creates tension, and often leads to inner explosions later. Silence of absence, zoning out, disconnecting from present experience. This can give temporary relief, but no lasting peace. Noble silence, a fully engaged, alert stillness. The mind is quiet not because it's been forced, but because it's resting naturally in awareness. Only the third heals. The healing power of presence. When you offer someone your full, silent presence, not trying to fix, judge, or steer them, something remarkable happens. They feel safe, they feel seen, they feel understood without having to explain. This same healing happens when you give yourself that kind of silence. When you stop dissecting every thought and simply hold your feelings in awareness, space opens for natural clarity and healing to arise. Transmission beyond words. In some traditions, the greatest masters barely speak at all. Their teaching is transmitted directly, mind to mind, in the shared silence of presence. It's not mystical in the sense of magic. It's simply that, without the interference of constant thinking, consciousness can recognize itself in another. You can taste this right now. Notice the awareness that is reading these words. It is silent. It doesn't argue or comment. It simply knows. That silent knowing is your deepest self. Living from silence. When you rest in this silent knowing, decisions become easier, not because you've figured them out logically, but because the part of you that's restless and grasping has relaxed. Actions that arise from silence tend to be more skillful, more compassionate, more aligned with truth. This doesn't mean you'll never speak. It means your words will come from stillness. Carrying the weight of clarity, practicing silence in daily life. You can begin small. When walking, take a few steps without inner commentary. When eating, taste your food in complete silence. In conversation, pause before responding, not to think of your answer, but to simply be. At first, silence may feel uncomfortable. The mind is addicted to noise, but over time, silence stops feeling like emptiness and starts feeling like home. The answer that needs no words. Familiarity. Silence wasn't a refusal to answer. It was the answer itself. The deepest truths aren't found in clever explanations. They are found in the stillness that holds all explanations. When you rest in that stillness, whether for a breath or a lifetime, you discover what the sages have always known. Nothing more needs to be said. The web that holds everything there is a web that holds everything, not just the visible things, the sunlit moments, the words you say, the choices you make, but also the invisible ones, your thoughts, your doubts, your small acts of courage, the quiet turning points you thought no one noticed. This web connects every thought, every breath, every moment of existence. In it, nothing stands alone. Your joy is not just yours. It's reflected in hearts you'll never see. Your confusion is not just yours. It appears almost identically in countless other minds. Your healing, whether it feels grand or barely noticeable, helps someone you may never meet. This isn't poetry. This is the actual structure of reality, the vision of the ancient masters long ago. The ancient masters had a name for this: Indra's net. They imagined an infinite web stretching across all of space and time. At each intersection of the threads hangs a perfect jewel. Each jewel is not just beautiful, it is miraculous. It reflects every other jewel in the web, and in each reflection, you can see all the other reflections, and in those more reflections, spiraling into infinity. You are one of those jewels. Your life, your struggles, your laughter, your moments of quiet peace, all of it shines outward into the vast network of existence. And you are not only reflecting others, you are also being reflected. Your smallest action, a smile, a choice to listen instead of interrupt, a moment of patience when you could have been unkind, ripples outward, touching people you will never meet. A gesture that feels small to you may be the exact moment of relief someone else needed to keep going, and that feeling of being alone in your struggle. It's an illusion. You are part of something infinitely vast, and intimately connected, right? Now, somewhere on the other side of the planet, someone is lying awake with the same restless thoughts you've had. Someone is questioning their path the way you've questioned yours. Someone is discovering the same fragment of peace you've touched in your clearest moments. This is not coincidence. This is the web revealing itself. The Buddha understood this truth. He said, if you want to know your past, look at your present condition. If you want to know your future, look at your present actions. But he also taught something even more remarkable. Your present condition is shaped not just by your past actions, but by the actions of countless beings across time. Think about breathing. The oxygen you take in right now was once part of ancient forests. It may have been breathed by a child in another century, a bird in mid-flight, or even a dinosaur millions of years ago. The very air in your lungs connects you to every being that has ever lived. Consider the words you're hearing or reading right now. They carry the wisdom of teachers who lived thousands of years ago, passed through the minds and voices of others, refined by centuries of conversation. Your understanding is the fruit of a lineage you didn't even know you belonged to. You are not learning alone. You are part of an ancient conversation about what it means to be human. The web in daily life, the person who planted the seeds for the food you ate today, is part of your web. The engineer who designed the device you are using is woven into your experience. The friend who introduced you to a book that shifted your perspective is part of your journey. The stranger who held the door for you last week, the ancestor who made a decision generations ago that eventually led to your birth. All threads in the same tapestry. The connection goes deeper than visible events. Your inner experiences are also woven into this vast net. When you feel lonely, you are touching the loneliness in the collective human heart. When you find peace, you are entering into a peace that belongs to everyone. Your emotions are not private possessions. They are waves moving through the shared ocean of consciousness. When you bring awareness to your anxiety, you're not just helping yourself, you're making it easier for someone, somewhere, to face theirs. When you rest in calm, that calm subtly becomes more available to others. The Buddha taught that this isn't just a comforting metaphor, it is practical reality. When you truly see how connected everything is, compassion becomes almost unavoidable. How could you deliberately harm what you are inseparably part of? Uniqueness in unity, this interconnection does not erase your individuality. You are as unique as a snowflake, but inseparable from the storm that created you. Your gifts, your perspective, your voice, your way of loving. All of these add something irreplaceable to the whole. Think of an orchestra. Does not try to become a trumpet. Each instrument plays its own part. Alone, each is beautiful in its way. But together they create a symphony far greater than any single note. Your life is one of those parts. Sometimes your melody is joyful. Sometimes it carries sorrow. Sometimes you lead. Sometimes you harmonize. Every role matters. The ripple effect of your choices, the relationship challenge you're facing, is not just about you. It is part of humanity's ongoing lesson in love and understanding. Your effort to listen instead of react impulsively adds to the collective wisdom of how humans can live together. The same applies to your work, your health, your creativity, your spiritual growth. Every choice sends ripples through the web. You will never see most of the results, but they exist. A kind word spoken to a stranger may arrive in their life at the exact moment they were about to give up. Your patience on a stressful day might prevent another person from spiraling into anger. This is why certain people and experiences enter your life when they do. The web brings together exactly the right elements for mutual growth. That difficult person you wish you could avoid? They may be the mirror you need in order to see your own blind spots, or the teacher who forces you to strengthen your boundaries. Even painful encounters can be part of the web's intelligence. Sometimes they teach you strength, sometimes compassion, sometimes both. The universe's timing insights arrive exactly when you're ready. A book that would have seemed meaningless 5 years ago now feels like it was written just for you. A teacher appears just as you begin to ask deeper questions. This is not luck. It is the responsiveness of the web to your inner readiness. Ancient teachers described it as the universe conspiring to support your awakening, but it's not a separate universe doing the conspiring. You are the universe, learning to recognize itself through you. The power of your inner work on the spiritual path. It is easy to feel small, as if you are fighting alone against your patterns, your habits, your conditioning. But you are not alone. Every moment of genuine awareness you cultivate is strengthened by countless others practicing at this very moment, seen and unseen. The Buddha said, "Thousands of candles can be lit from a single candle, and the life of the candle will not be shortened." Happiness never decreases by being shared. When you heal, you make healing easier for others. When you find peace in the midst of chaos, you make peace more accessible in the collective field. This is why inner work is not selfish. It is one of the greatest services you can offer to the whole. The joy of giving acts of kindness feel good because, at the deepest level, you are not helping someone else, you are helping another expression of yourself. The joy you feel in giving is the web recognizing its own unity. Belonging to the whole, your connection to the web is not limited to human life. The trees are breathing with you, taking in what you exhale and giving you what you need to live. The earth is supporting you. The sun is offering its energy freely. You are part of a vast, generous collaboration. Sense of being a stranger in the world begins to dissolve. You see that you belong here not because you've earned it, but because you are an irreplaceable part of existence itself. Death and continuity of death looks different through the lens of the web. Your individual form may pass, but the ripples of your life continue. The love you've shared, the wisdom you've offered, the kindness you've given, none of it is lost. It becomes part of the eternal memory of the web. You are not just living for yourself. You are weaving a thread into a tapestry that will continue to grow long after your individual life ends. And the web is not random. It is guided by subtle, beautiful laws, principles that shape the unfolding of your life, explaining why certain people appear when they do, why specific challenges arise at just the right time, why your path unfolds with such precise necessity. Everything belongs. Everything is connected. Everything matters. The law that explains everything. Nothing happens by chance. Every thought you think, every emotion that swells within you, every situation you find yourself in, all of it arises from causes and conditions as precise as the laws of physics. This isn't philosophy for the sake of comfort. It's a description of reality. You stop blaming others. You stop believing the myth that you are off track in life. This principle has been known for thousands of years. Some say it's the most profound insight he ever shared. The core insight of the law is simple to state, yet vast in implication. Nothing exists independently. Everything arises in dependence upon everything else. No person, no object, no thought, no feeling has a fixed, permanent, independent essence. Everything is interconnected, interdependent, constantly arising and fading away in response to causes and conditions. Think of a wave in the ocean. At first glance, it looks like a separate thing, a unique wave with its own form. But look closer. It's just water shaped by wind, gravity, the moon's pull, and countless other conditions. It has no independent waveness. The moment the conditions shift, the wave changes. And when those conditions cease, the wave dissolves back into the sea. Your experiences are exactly the same. Your inner waves, that anxiety you feel right now, didn't appear out of nowhere. It's the crest of a wave formed by dozens, maybe hundreds of causes. A thought about the future, a memory of a past disappointment. The coffee you drank this morning, the stress hormone lingering in your bloodstream from last night's lack of sleep, even the tone of a conversation you overheard earlier. Each of these is a thread. Together, they weave the moment you're experiencing right now. And this is liberating, because if experiences arise from conditions, they also change when conditions change. The illusion of a timeline. So, that voice in your head, the one saying you're behind, you've made too many mistakes, or you've wasted time, it's speaking from ignorance. There is no cosmic scoreboard, no universal timeline you must match. There is only the unfolding of causes and conditions. Consider a flower. It does not struggle to bloom faster. It does not shame itself for not being as bright or fragrant as the flower next to it. It simply responds to sunlight, water, soil, and temperature. When the conditions are right, blooming happens naturally. When they're not, the flower rests without guilt. You too are unfolding according to your conditions. And that means nothing has been wasted. Every encounter, every challenge, every decision, wise or unwise, has contributed to this exact moment. The formula of the universe, the Buddha once described dependent origination in 12 linked steps, a kind of chain reaction of the mind and world, ignorance, not seeing reality clearly, mental formations, patterns of thought and habit born from ignorance, consciousness shaped by those mental patterns, name and form, the way we categorize and experience reality. The senses, sight, sound, touch, taste, smell, thought, contact, interaction between senses and the world, feeling, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. Craving, desire for the pleasant aversion to the unpleasant, clinging, grasping tightly, making it personal, becoming, forming a new sense of self based on that grasping. Birth, the arising of new states of mind, identity, and situations. Aging and death, the inevitable fading of all formed things. But here's the miracle. This chain works both ways. When ignorance is replaced by wisdom, the links begin to dissolve. From reaction to response, when you see reality clearly, you respond instead of react. You begin to examine the conditions behind everything, both in others and yourself. Someone lashes out at you. Instead of taking it as a personal attack, you can ask, what conditions might be creating this behavior? Perhaps they're under stress. Perhaps they're caught in their own old wounds. This doesn't excuse harmful behavior, but it changes how you engage. You act from understanding, not reflex, and with yourself, the same principle applies. That regretful comment you made, the choice you wish you could undo, they arose from your conditions at the time. Seeing this doesn't remove responsibility, makes responsibility more skillful. You can change the conditions for next time. Multiple levels of operation-dependent origination isn't just a personal psychological insight, it operates on multiple scales. Immediate, how a single thought triggers an emotion. Personal history, how your upbringing shaped your tendencies. Social, how cultural values influence your worldview. Cosmic, how the whole web of existence participates in each moment. Your relationship with money, for example, is not yours alone. It's shaped by your family's attitudes, the economic conditions you've lived through, societal beliefs about wealth, and your personal experiences of having or not having enough. Once you see this, money stress stops feeling like a personal flaw and starts looking like an invitation to work skillfully with the conditions. Why nothing is fixed? Because everything depends on conditions. Nothing is set in stone. No habit is unchangeable. No identity is fixed. No situation is truly hopeless. This is why the Buddha spoke of right effort, the effort to force reality into your shape, but the effort to cultivate conditions that naturally give rise to beneficial states, the food you eat, the company you keep, the information you consume. All of these are conditions you can influence. The fragility of what we cling to. Look closely at the things you rely on for happiness, your career, your relationships, your health. They matter deeply, but they are also conditional. When you understand this, you hold them more lightly. You can love without gripping, enjoy without fearing loss, and care without controlling. Clinging to anything, trying to make it permanent, creates suffering. It's like holding a hot coal. The pain isn't from the coal itself, but from refusing to let it go. Letting go into security. Ironically, real security comes not from holding on to things that change, but from understanding the nature of change itself. When you stop fighting impermanence, you find a deeper stability, one not dependent on external events. You stop trying to swim upstream against life's current and instead learn to move with it. Planning. You stay flexible. You enjoy the process, not just the destination. Because you're not rigidly attached to one outcome. You adapt more easily when conditions shift. The real, freedom-dependent origination points to a freedom that exists within conditions, not outside them. You can't escape being part of the web of causes and effects, but you can become a conscious participant in shaping them. Your awareness, choices, and responses are themselves conditions that ripple outward, influencing what happens next. You are not a helpless victim of life's circumstances. You are a co-creator of the unfolding moment. The parable of the burning. How ancient teachers told a story. A man lives in a grand house full of beautiful possessions. But one day, the house catches fire. He doesn't notice at first. He's too busy polishing the furniture, rearranging the curtains, making future plans for the dining room. By the time he smells the smoke, the flames are already close. We live like this. We cling to things, status, possessions, even fixed identities as if they were permanent, while ignoring the fact that everything is in flux, dependent origination. Is the moment we notice the fire not to panic, but to see clearly? We cannot keep the house exactly as it is, not to make you passive, but to make you wise, not to make you give up, but to help you participate skillfully in life's unfolding. Because once you understand that nothing exists independently, you stop demanding that it should end. That is where real peace begins. The house that was never safe, a life-changing parable. There's an old parable, told for thousands of years, about children playing inside a beautiful, spacious house. They are completely absorbed in their games, laughing, running from room to room, chasing after toys they love so much. But there's one problem. The house is burning. The fire didn't start suddenly. At first, it was just a faint warmth in the air, the smell of smoke far away. But slowly, without the children noticing, the flames began to spread up the wooden beams, along the curtains. Through the walls, when the father of the house comes home, he's horrified. The roof is beginning to crackle. The walls are hot. To the touch, smoke is swirling in the air. And yet, the children don't even look up. He shouts, "Come outside. The house is on fire. You're in danger." But the children only giggle and keep playing. They are so wrapped up in their little worlds, their toys, their games, that his words seem like background noise. The father knows that if he rushes inside and tries to carry them out by force, they'll resist, cry, maybe even run deeper into the house to protect their toys. So he changes his approach. With a deep breath, he calls out again, "Children, I have wonderful new toys outside, far more beautiful than the ones you have now. Come and see." At once, the children drop what they're holding and run out the door. They don't know what these new toys will be, but their curiosity and desire pull them to safety. The real meaning behind this story comes from the Lotus Sutra, one of the most celebrated Buddhist texts. The Buddha told it not as a literal tale about fire and children, but as a mirror to human life. The burning house is our own life, or more specifically, the illusions we build within it. It's the structures, roles, and plans we think will protect us, the identities we cling to as if they are solid walls. But just like in the story, these walls are fragile. They're made of impermanent materials, and the fire of change is always smoldering. And yet, we stay inside. Why? Because we are distracted by our toys, our attachments, our routines, our comforts. What's your burning house? For some, the burning house is the belief that success will finally make you feel complete. You work long hours, chase promotions, build status. You tell yourself, once I hit that salary, once I get that recognition, then I'll rest, then I'll feel worthy. But the truth, even when you reach the milestone, the satisfaction is fleeting. Soon, there's another goal, another ladder to climb. The house of external validation is always on fire because it depends on conditions you cannot fully control. For others, the burning house is the idea that a perfect relationship will save you. You look for the partner who will heal your loneliness, who will love you enough to make the emptiness go away. But no matter how loving someone is, they can't fill a space that only your own self-acceptance can fill. The house of romantic salvation burns because it is built on impossible expectations. Or perhaps your burning house is the fantasy of perfect control. If I can just plan every detail, prepare for every outcome, control every variable, then I'll finally be safe. But life refuses to be tamed. The more you grip, the more anxiety you feel. This house burns because reality is untamable. For some, it's the fixed identity. I'm the successful one. I'm the caretaker. I'm the strong one who never breaks. It might have served you once, but now it's suffocating. Still, you keep wearing it like armor, afraid to see who you are without it. And sometimes the burning house is even a spiritual identity. You've collected teachings, attended retreats, filled journals with wisdom quotes, but now it feels heavy, like another mask to maintain. Enlightenment isn't something you can own. and the house of spiritual achievement also burns. The fire that burns all houses, the flames in every burning house, are the same impermanence. Everything we try to make permanent is temporary. Everything we try to control is uncontrollable. Everything we use to define ourselves is constantly changing. The Buddha's words were clear. All conditioned existence is impermanent. Work out your salvation with diligence. This is not a flaw in life. It's the way life is designed. The problem isn't that we build houses, it's that we believe they will stand forever. When the fire becomes visible for many, the reality of the burning house only becomes clear during crisis. The job you thought was secure vanishes. The relationship you thought was unshakable ends. The health you took for granted weakens. The future you mapped out dissolves. In these moments, the fire can no longer be ignored. But here's the hidden gift. Crisis can be the doorway to freedom. When the walls fall, you're forced to see what remains. Stepping outside in the parable, the father doesn't drag the children out. He can't. They must choose to leave. Similarly, no teacher, no friend, no spiritual book can force you to step outside your burning house. You must want it enough to let go. Sometimes the invitation comes as a whisper, a quiet sense that what once worked for you no longer fits. Other times, it comes as a longing for something you can't quite name. More truth, more connection, more meaning. Both are the voice of wisdom saying, there is more than this. The death before the rebirth. Leaving the house is not easy. It feels like death. The death of who you thought you were. The death of the story you've been telling about your life. The death of the future you imagined. But death in this sense is not the end. It's a clearing, a space where new life can grow. And once you step outside, the first thing you feel is space. Vast, open, unconfined. You can breathe again. The sky is wide, the air is fresh. You realize you've been living in a box without knowing it, facing the unknown outside the house. There's no familiar routine to hide behind, no toys to distract you. Just the raw openness of not knowing who you are without your roles, not knowing what will happen next, not knowing how the story will unfold. This is uncomfortable, terrifying even. Your mind may try to rebuild another house immediately. But the deeper teaching is to stay in the openness for a while, because in that open space, something profound happens. You start to see resources you didn't know you had. Inner strength, quiet wisdom, a peace that was always there but hidden under your busy life. The real new toys remember the Father's promise of better toys outside. They weren't lies. They are metaphors for the gifts of real freedom, the joy of living authentically, the peace of accepting reality as it is, the love that flows when you drop your masks, the creativity that emerges when you're not bound by old stories, the sense of purpose that comes when you align with truth instead of illusion. You don't have to wait for the flames. Everyone will eventually leave their burning house, either by choice or by force of circumstance. The question is, will you walk out consciously, or will you be dragged out by life? You can leave now, before the roof collapses. You can begin by asking, what am I depending on for security that might actually be a source of suffering? What identity am I clinging to that no longer serves my growth? What plans am I holding so tightly that they're blocking me from new possibilities? Living beyond the house, leaving the burning house, is not a one-time act. The children in the story didn't stop living in houses altogether, but they learned to tell the difference between safe shelter and a burning trap. This is spiritual maturity, using structure without being trapped by it. Planning without believing the plan is ultimate. Wearing identities lightly, knowing they can change. And when you finally step outside, you'll face your greatest fears, but you'll also discover something remarkable. The moment you meet fear directly, it begins to transform into clarity. Because outside the burning house, you don't just survive, you begin to truly live. The ancient art of befriending demons 1,000 years ago. High in the remote mountains of Tibet, a wandering yogi named Milarepa returned to his small cave after gathering food and firewood. This was the cave where he had been living alone for months in deep meditation, far from any village or human voice. But on this day, something was different. When Milarepa stepped inside, he froze. His heart slammed against his chest. The cave, his sacred refuge, was full of demons. Not the cute Halloween kind. These were terrifying, grotesque figures with bulging red eyes, dripping fangs, twisted snarls, and claws like knives. They lounged on his bedding, pawed through his belongings, and laughed in deep, guttural tones. Some gnawed on his food supplies. Others scraped their claws along the stone walls. One sat right where he usually meditated, staring at him with an unblinking, predatory gaze. Every instinct screamed at him, "Get them out now." The first response, fighting the demons Milarepa, did what most of us would do when faced with our fears. He tried to fight them off. He chanted protective mantras. He visualized fierce guardian deities. He summoned every spiritual technique he knew, imagining blazing light filling the cave to drive them away. But the strangest thing happened. The more he fought, the stronger the demons seemed to become. Their claws grew sharper, their laughter louder. The air in the cave felt heavier, darker. He kept going, louder mantras, stronger visualizations, but nothing worked. Finally, exhausted and out of breath, Milarepa stopped. Sweat dripped down his face. His heart still pounded, but something in him shifted. The second response, inviting them in instead of trying one more tactic to get rid of them, he sat down right there on the floor of the cave. His voice softened. "I see you're here, and clearly you're not leaving. Since we're sharing this cave, let's share it properly. I'll make us some tea." It was absurd. It was the opposite of everything he had tried before. But something surprising happened. One by one, the demons began to fade. They didn't storm out in anger. They didn't vanish in a flash of light. They just dissolved. Their snarls turned into silence. Their shapes grew thin like mist, and they disappeared. The final demon, all but one dot in the far corner, stood the largest, most horrifying demon of them all. Its presence seemed to fill the cave with dread. Its eyes burned into Milarepa's soul, and he understood this one was different. This was no ordinary fear. This was the core fear, the primal terror that had haunted him long before he came to the mountains. It was the fear beneath all other fears. Milarepa didn't try to push it away. He didn't offer it tea. Instead, he walked up to it and said something radical: "If you're going to eat me, then eat me completely. Leave nothing behind." And in that instant of total surrender, the final demon vanished. The deeper meaning, this ancient story, isn't just about mythical monsters. It's about the demons that live inside all of us, the difficult emotions, thoughts, and memories we run from, the anxiety that tightens your chest, the shame that burns when you remember a mistake, the loneliness that feels like an empty cavern in your heart. The anger that rises before you can stop it. We fight these inner demons all the time. We try to suppress them, ignore them, distract ourselves from them, or drown them out. But like Milarepa discovered, what you resist persists. The more energy you spend on battling your feelings, the stronger they often become. Them stronger, when you resist an emotion, you feed it. Every ounce of energy you put into not feeling it becomes fuel. You build more tension in your body, more mental fixation in your mind. Anxiety grows when you're anxious about feeling anxious. Sadness deepens when you're ashamed of being sad. Anger hardens when you're angry at yourself for being angry. Your fight turns the emotion into a solid, immovable thing, a demon with claws. The ancient alternative. Befriending Milarepa's story teaches the opposite approach. Instead of resisting, invite your demons in. This doesn't mean indulging them or letting them control your life. It means acknowledging their presence with curiosity and compassion. You can say to your anxiety, "I see you. You're here right now. Let's sit together. What do you need me to know?" You can say to your sadness, "You're welcome to stay. For a while, I'll listen." What's your message? The shift is subtle but powerful, from enemy to guest, from battle to conversation, from suppression to understanding. Demons are often misguided. Protectors' many inner demons began as protection strategies. Self-criticism may have developed to shield you from harsher criticism from others. Perfectionism may have formed to keep you safe from failure or rejection. Avoidance may have helped you survive. Overwhelming situations in the past, they became demons when they outlived their usefulness. Now, instead of protecting you, they imprison you by inviting them in. You can uncover their original purpose and decide if there's a healthier way to meet that need. Practical steps to befriending your demons: pause and notice when you feel a difficult emotion rising. Stop. Instead of reacting immediately, take one deep breath, acknowledge without judgment, say silently or aloud, "I see you, you're here." Avoid labeling the emotion as bad or wrong. Invite it to speak. Ask, "What are you here to show me? What do you need?" Listen with compassion. Don't argue with it. Just listen. Sometimes the emotion's request is clear: rest, expression, boundaries. Respond skillfully if the emotion points to a real need. Take action. If it's based on an old fear, gently reassure it that you're safe now. Extending this to life's challenges, befriending demons, doesn't apply only to emotions. It works with life situations too, that stressful work project. Instead of resenting, it asks, "What can I learn from this? What skill am I developing?" That relationship conflict. Instead of obsessing over blame, explore, "What is this teaching me about communication or boundaries?" That illness or setback, instead of only asking, "Why me?" consider, "What can this reveal about my priorities, my resilience, my ability to receive help?" The unexpected gift: sometimes, when you invite a demon for tea, it doesn't vanish. It transforms. Fear can turn into caution that keeps you safe. Anger can become the energy to stand up for yourself. Sadness can deepen your empathy for others. When you no longer run from these emotions, they can become allies instead of enemies. Freedom from both fear and clinging, the greatest. Freedom comes when you're no longer afraid of feeling anything. You stop clinging to pleasant emotions for fear they'll end. You stop panicking when unpleasant ones arrive. This is what the Buddha meant when he spoke of equanimity, the balance of mind that stays steady in both joy and sorrow. In the end, three things matter: how well we have lived, how well we have loved, and how well we have learned to let go. Starting today, you don't need a mountain cave to practice this. You can start right now with the smallest demon you notice: the irritation when someone cuts you off in traffic, the disappointment when a plan falls through, the worry that creeps in before an important meeting. Instead of fighting it, pause, notice, invite it to tea. Over time, the practice changes you. You stop being chased by your fears. You stop wasting energy on resisting reality. And perhaps, like Milarepa, you'll discover that the most terrifying demon you've been running from was only waiting for you to stop and say, "If you're going to eat me, then eat me completely." And in that moment of surrender, you may find it disappears. The path between all extremes: most of us spend our lives swinging like a pendulum, between two poles, pushing ourselves too hard, then collapsing in exhaustion, giving everything, then withdrawing completely, obsessing over control, then surrendering to chaos. It's an exhausting cycle, and yet we keep repeating it because it's familiar. But there's a third way, a way that doesn't simply split the difference between extremes, but rises above them entirely. Ancient masters discovered it thousands of years ago. It's called the middle way, not as a compromise, but as a living, breathing balance. The Buddha's hard lesson: the Buddha himself learned this the hard way. Before his awakening, he lived the life of a pampered prince. His days overflowed with comfort and indulgence, the best food, music, luxuries, and pleasures. Yet this abundance brought no lasting peace. Determined to find the truth, he abandoned everything and swung to the opposite extreme, practicing such severe austerities that he nearly starved to death. He meditated in the burning sun, held his breath for impossible lengths of time, and deprived himself of every comfort, and still no peace. One day, he realized something profound. Neither indulgence nor self-torture led to freedom. It was only when he stopped clinging to either extreme and found the path between all extremes that clarity dawned. This is what he later called the middle way. Recognizing the pendulum in your own life, if you look closely, you'll probably see this pendulum in your own patterns, working obsessively, then burning out completely, trying to control every detail, then feeling helpless and lost, being overly social, then retreating into total isolation. Following strict self-discipline, then swinging into indulgence, we convince ourselves that the answer lies in pushing harder or giving up entirely, but both are traps. The middle way offers something different, a way to step off the pendulum completely, not a compromise, a dance. Many people misunderstand balance as a static compromise, minus 50% of one thing, 50% of the other. But the middle way is more alive than that. Think of a skilled surfer. They don't fight the wave, nor do they surrender and sink. They dance with the wave, alert, adaptive, responsive. Their balance point shifts constantly. The middle way works the same way. It's not about standing frozen at the center. It's about responsive balance, the art of adjusting moment by moment. Effortless. Effortless effort. Buddhists often speak of effortless effort, action that's fully engaged, but without the strain of forcing. In relationships, this means neither clinging to people nor pushing them away. You love fully without trying to possess, care deeply without trying to control, and stay open without losing healthy boundaries. In work, it means giving your best without burning yourself out. You care about quality without obsessing over perfection. You act with focus, but you're not consumed by the outcome. In spiritual practice, it means showing up with sincerity, meditating, studying, and practicing, but not grasping for special experiences or competing with others on the spiritual scoreboard. The instrument metaphor, the Buddha compared the middle way to tuning a stringed instrument. If the string is too tight, it snaps. If it's too loose, it makes no music. Life works the same way. Too tight, pushing, forcing, controlling, and eventually breaking. Too loose, drifting, avoiding, neglecting, and losing all momentum. When you find the right tension, the one that's alive, responsive, and sustainable, life begins to flow like music. The extremes of spirituality. In the spiritual world, there are two common traps. Spiritual bypassing, using spiritual ideas to avoid facing reality. Everything is an illusion, you tell yourself, while ignoring a very real unpaid bill or unresolved conflict. This is too loose. Spiritual materialism, turning spiritual growth into a status game, collecting meditation hours, quoting teachings, comparing your progress to others. This is too tight. The middle way walks between them. You care enough to act wisely, but lightly enough that you're not crushed by your own seriousness, emotionally. Balance in emotions. The middle way means you let yourself feel fully, but you're not swept away. When sadness comes, you neither suppress it nor drown in it. When joy comes, you savor it without clinging to it. This is called equanimity, not cold indifference, but a deep steadiness that holds joy and sorrow with the same open heart. Extremes are everywhere. The Buddha's advice: avoid the two. Extremes doesn't just apply to pleasure and pain. It applies everywhere. Too much thinking or too little reflection. Too much planning or too much spontaneity. Too much solitude or too much socializing. Too much confidence or too much self-doubt. Balance is not following a rigid formula. It's sensing moment by moment. when you're leaning too far and gently leaning back. Wisdom through trial and error. You don't master this overnight. You'll overcorrect, you'll fall into old habits, but every extreme teaches you something. You push too hard, gives you burnout, gives you learned pacing. You avoid conflict, gives problems. Grow gives you learn to speak up. You control too much, gives you create stress, gives you learn to let go. Wisdom is the memory of these lessons. Goals and ambitions, the middle way, doesn't tell you to abandon your dreams. It tells you to hold them lightly. You still take steps toward your vision, but you're not crushed if things change. You stay flexible, alive to new possibilities. This removes the desperation from achievement. You can care about success without fearing failure. You can work hard without becoming consumed by the work. In relationships, balance prevents both codependency and isolation. You can love deeply without losing yourself. You can be independent without becoming detached. It's the same with boundaries. Strong enough to protect your well-being, soft enough to let love in. Caring for the body, your body, too, thrives on balance. You can exercise regularly without obsession. You can enjoy delicious food without turning it into a guilt-ridden moral battle. You can rest when needed without slipping into lethargy. Handling conflict the middle way allows you to face conflict with both firmness and compassion. You can defend yourself without attacking. You can set boundaries without building walls. Your relationship with time balance changes how you live in time. You're neither rushing into the future nor drowning in the past. You can plan wisely without over-planning. You can be present without ignoring real responsibilities. This creates an unhurried presence. You move quickly when needed, rest when possible, and stop living as if every moment were a crisis. Patience without passivity. True patience isn't resignation. It's understanding timing. Some things ripen slowly. The middle way teaches you to act when the time is right, and to wait without anxiety when it's not. This includes patience with yourself. Growth doesn't have to be a self-punishment project. You can improve without attacking yourself, self-compassion, and the fluid self as you walk this path. You'll notice something surprising. The self you're trying to balance is not as solid as it seemed. Your moods shift, your desires change, your identity evolves. The middle way reveals that you are more like a river, always flowing, than a rock that must be fixed. And once you see that, you stop fighting so hard to hold yourself together and start letting life move through you. The middle way isn't the absence of challenge. It's the presence of wisdom. It's not about avoiding extremes because they're bad. It's about learning to respond to them without getting trapped. You stop swinging, you start living. The self that flows like water for most of human history. People have assumed the self is something solid, like a statue carved from stone, weathered but enduring, with a fixed identity at its core. We speak of myself, yourself, as if it were an object we could hold in our hands, polish, protect, and keep intact forever. But the ancient masters, most famously the Buddha, discovered something astonishing. What we call me isn't a fixed thing at all. It is more like water in a river, flowing, ever-changing, never quite the same from one moment to the next. Or like the weather, sometimes bright, sometimes stormy, sometimes calm, but never static. This discovery isn't abstract philosophy. It's a key that can unlock extraordinary freedom. The illusion of the solid self. From the time you could speak, you were taught to think of yourself as a single, continuous person. You have a name, you have a personality, you have a history, a collection of memories you call my life. Every morning you wake up feeling like the same. You who went to bed the night before, you remember what you did yesterday, and that continuity gives the impression of a stable, unchanging identity. The Buddha, however, didn't take this at face value. Through intense observation of his own mind, he asked, "Where is this self, exactly?" When he looked for it directly, he found nothing fixed, only a river of sensations, perceptions, thoughts, and feelings, each arising and passing away. No single experience could be the self, because each one vanished almost as soon as it appeared. And there was no underlying thing behind them to hold them together, just as a whirlpool in a river has no solid core, only water moving in a pattern. You are not a thing, you are a processing imagine standing by a fast-moving stream. A whirlpool forms in the current. It looks like a thing you could point to. There it is. But if you tried to scoop it up, you'd find there was nothing there but moving water. Your sense of self works the same way. It's a pattern created by memories, habits, social roles, emotions, and sensations, all in motion. Change the conditions, and the you that appears will change shape or even vanish entirely. The Buddha called this insight anatta, not self. He didn't mean you don't exist at all, but that you don't exist in the way you think you do. You're not a static object. You're a living process. Why this is good news for many. The first reaction to no fixed self is unease. If I'm not solid, then who am I and what matters? But in reality, this is one of the most liberating things you can discover. Think about how much effort you spend trying to maintain your self-image, acting in ways that match who you think you are, editing what you say to preserve your reputation, suppressing feelings that don't fit your identity, defending your opinions because they feel like they define you. It's exhausting, but if you see that yourself is just a fluid pattern, you can stop this constant maintenance work. You no longer need to be perfectly consistent with a story you've told about yourself. You can adapt, respond, and evolve freely. It's like realizing you don't have to carry a heavy backpack everywhere because it was never yours in the first place. The chariot and the jazz musician, the Buddha, used the metaphor of a chariot. What we call a chariot is actually just wheels, an axle, a frame, and other parts assembled together. Remove the parts, and there is no chariot left, only wood, metal, and rope. The self is the same, a convenient label for a collection of changing parts, body sensations, thoughts, feelings, memories, none of which is you, alone, and none of which stays the same. If this sounds too abstract, think of a jazz musician. They know the scales and musical theory, but they don't cling to a rigid script. In each performance, they improvise, adapting to the mood, the audience, the other musicians. When you let go of the fixed self, you become like that musician, skilled but fluid, able to meet life moment by moment without being shackled by, "This is just who I am." Shifting language from I am to there is. One practical shift this insight creates is in how you talk to yourself about experiences. Instead of I am anxious, you notice anxiety is arising. Instead of I am confused, you see confusion is present. This small change is huge. It creates space between awareness and the experience. The storm can rage, but you're not the storm, you're the sky it's passing through. Freedom from the past and comparison. When you realize there's no fixed self, your past mistakes lose their power to define you. The you who made that bad decision years ago was a different arrangement of conditions, different knowledge, different circumstances. You can learn from that past without dragging it around like a permanent scar. With others, if there's no fixed self to measure, comparison becomes meaningless. Someone else's skills don't diminish you. Their beauty doesn't make you ugly. You can simply appreciate differences without feeling threatened. We wear, of course, in everyday life. You still have a name, a job title, and roles. Parent, friend, colleague. These are useful for functioning in society, but they are costumes, not your essence. Costumes can be taken off or changed. They don't imprison you unless you mistake them for your true skin. The relaxation of letting go clinging to self-identity is one of the deepest sources of suffering. When you believe in a solid me, you're constantly on guard, seeking validation, avoiding threats, trying to hold yourself together. When you see the self is a flowing process, a profound relaxation happens. You don't have to defend a fragile identity anymore. You can simply be. Paradoxically, This makes you more responsive and decisive, not less. You act without the hesitation of asking, "Does this fit who I am?" You just meet the moment. You become like water, adapting to the shape of each situation, yet always retaining your fluid nature. The view from meditation in meditation. This truth becomes tangible. Sitting quietly, you watch thoughts arise from nowhere and vanish into nowhere. You feel sensations flicker in and out. Even the sense of "I am meditating" comes and goes. Through this, you see that awareness, the space in which all this it happens, is not a personal possession. It's open, clear, and unchanging, like the sky. Clouds' experiences pass through, but the sky remains untouched. What about death? If there's no fixed self, what dies? The body stops working, the stream of experiences ends, but there was never a permanent owner of those experiences to lose in the first place. This doesn't promise some form of personal survival, but it does take the sting out of annihilation. You can't lose what you never truly had. Suffering. Without a self, perhaps the most practical part of this insight is how it changes your relationship to pain. If there's no solid self, suffering is just another passing event, like rain moving through the landscape. It still hurts, but you're no longer adding the extra burden of "this is happening to me," or "this pain defines me." The experience is real, but it's not personal. The self like water in the end. The teaching of not-self isn't about erasing individuality or pretending you don't exist. It's about seeing that what you are is more like a river than a rock. You are movement, not monument. You are music, not a statue. You are water, adapting, flowing, reflecting, nourishing, unstoppable. And when you truly see this, life stops being a project of self-maintenance and becomes an ongoing dance with the ever-changing current. The compass hidden in your pain. What if the very struggles you've spent years trying to escape were not punishments, but maps? What if pain itself was not a malfunction of life's machinery, but a quiet, precise guidance system pointing unerringly toward the places within you that most need attention? The idea sounds strange at first, because most of us have been taught to see suffering as an enemy, a shadow to be outrun, a flaw in the design of the world, or worse, a personal defect. But ancient wisdom traditions, especially in the teachings of the Buddha, suggest something radically different. Suffering is not a cosmic mistake. It is the curriculum. Pain, as a teacher, not a punishment. The Buddha placed suffering, dukkha, as the very first of his four noble truths. This was not because he was pessimistic, nor because he wanted us to dwell morbidly on life's hardships. It was because he was practical. He saw clearly that until you meet suffering with open eyes, you will never understand its causes. And without understanding the causes, you cannot be free. In the ancient Pali language, dukkha doesn't just mean pain. It points to a range of experience, from the subtle friction of wanting things to be different to the searing agony of profound loss. It includes dissatisfaction, unease, and the deeper existential restlessness that shadows even our happiest moments. Here's the revolutionary part. The Buddha didn't treat suffering as a punishment from the heavens or as a defect in your soul. He treated it as information. Just as physical pain warns you when you've touched something too hot or twisted your ankle, emotional and psychological pain can be seen as an intelligent signal. That stab of loneliness, that ache of disappointment, that heaviness of grief, all of these are messengers. They tell you where something in your life is out of alignment with reality. Suffering as a guidance system, think about it. When your hand touches a flame, pain isn't there to ruin your day. It's there to protect you, to send a signal so urgent that you act instantly to prevent further harm. Without pain, you wouldn't know to move your hand away. In the same way, anxiety might be the psyche's alarm bell telling you something needs to change. Perhaps a boundary needs to be drawn, a truth spoken, a fear faced. Depression might be a deep inner request for rest, for nourishment, or for a different way of living. Anger can be the flare that marks where your values have been crossed. Even boredom can be a sign that your life has drifted from the currents of meaning. Seen this way, suffering is not your enemy, it is the compass. The three messages hidden in Pantha Buddha described three main kinds of dukkha, and each carries a different kind of message. The suffering of pain, physical injury, illness, grief, disappointment. Message: life is vulnerable, precious, and interdependent. You are not invincible, and that truth can awaken compassion for yourself and others. The suffering of change, the discomfort when something pleasant ends, when seasons shift, when relationships evolve or dissolve. Message: clinging to what cannot last brings pain. Acceptance of change brings peace. The suffering of conditioned existence, the subtle dissatisfaction of chasing happiness in things that are, by nature, temporary. Message: the fulfillment you seek cannot be fully found in possessions, praise, or control. It must be rooted in something deeper. Each type of suffering is an arrow, and all arrows point in the same direction, toward freedom from the causes of suffering, from resistance to curiosity when pain arrives. It's like crumpling up a letter without reading it. The radical shift is to ask, what is this pain trying to tell me? This question changes everything. It doesn't mean wallowing in pain or making an identity out of it. It means facing it with curiosity and intelligence. Grief, for example, is not just the price of love. It's the teacher of love's value. When you sit with grief, instead of armoring yourself against it, you may discover it softens the heart, widens empathy, and deepens your capacity to appreciate life. Even anger, when examined rather than unleashed blindly, reveals what you truly care about and where your limits are. Fear can point directly to where you long for growth. Loneliness may uncover the truth that you have neglected your own company as much as you have been deprived of others. Suffering's two layers. The Buddha made an important distinction between pain and suffering. Pain is the raw experience, the illness, the loss, the heartbreak. Suffering is the extra layer we add when we resist the pain, when we tell ourselves it shouldn't be happening, or when we make it mean something about our worth or our future. Can't always avoid pain, but you can lessen suffering by meeting pain without adding the second arrow of resistance. Learning pain's language at first, listening to pain feels unnatural. We've been conditioned to avoid it, mute it, medicate it away. But with practice, you develop fluency in pain's language. You learn to distinguish between pain that calls for action, leave the toxic job, have the hard conversation, pain that calls for acceptance, a loved one's passing, the inevitability of aging. Pain that calls for presence, sitting with the ache without rushing to fix it, like learning any new skill. Discernment takes time and patience, but over time, you may find that your relationship with difficulty becomes less combative and more collaborative. The trap of numbing our culture offers endless ways to mute pain: scrolling, shopping, alcohol, distraction. But when you silence the messenger, you miss the message. Avoidance may bring temporary relief, but the cause of the pain remains, quietly shaping your life from the shadows. It means hearing it out long enough to act wisely. Pain as a shared human language understanding, pain as a compass, also changes how you relate to others. When you meet someone in the midst of struggle, you no longer see them as broken or in need of quick fixing. Instead, you recognize that they too are receiving messages from life. Your role shifts from problem solver to compassionate witness. Even the wise still suffer. Spiritual practice does not erase pain. Even the Buddha, after awakening, experienced sickness, aging, loss, and the betrayals of friends. What changed was his relationship to these experiences. He no longer took them as personal failures or cosmic injustices, but as part of life's fabric, each with its own lesson. The aim of practice is not a pain-free existence, but a wise, open-hearted relationship to whatever arises. From burden to compass, when you begin to see suffering as a compass. Setbacks become part of the curriculum. Rather than signs of failure, you stop asking, "Why me?" and start asking, "Where is this pointing me?" This doesn't romanticize suffering. It still hurts, but the hurt is no longer meaningless. Every pang of longing, every jolt of grief, every moment of restlessness is a needle on your inner compass guiding you toward truth, alignment, and wholeness. The freedom in listening, the most surprising discovery of all, is that listening to pain doesn't trap you in it. It frees you from it. When you stop running, you stop being chased. In that stillness, pain reveals itself not as an enemy, but as an ally, one that has been trying all along to steer you home. The freedom of having nothing to lose in the deep forests of Thailand. There are monks who wander without maps, itineraries, or possessions. They carry only what they can fit into a small cloth bundle. They sleep where the sun sets, and they walk, wherever their feet take them. To the outside world, they might look like drifters, people with no home, no job, and no security. But in reality, these monks have discovered a kind of wealth that few of us will ever taste. They've learned that the less you have to lose, the more free you become. A life stripped bare, these forest wanderers, called Tudong monks, live by 13 ascetic practices designed to strip away everything unnecessary. Their possessions are simple: 3 robes, a bowl for food, a razor, a needle and thread, a small water filter. That's it. They eat only what is freely given to them by villagers. They have no money, no bank accounts, no houses. Some nights they sleep under trees. Other nights, in tiny bamboo huts offered by monasteries. They make no plans beyond the next day, sometimes not beyond the next step. To most of us, this sounds like deprivation. In our world, security comes from more possessions, more money, more plans, more insurance, more backup plans for the backup plans. But the forest monks have found the opposite to be true. The more you have, the more you fear losing it. Fear's silent contract fear is often nothing more than the shadow of attachment. The more possessions you own, the more time you spend protecting them. The more status you hold, the more you worry about your reputation. The more rigid your plans, the more anxiety you feel when life inevitably changes them. We rarely notice how much mental energy goes into guarding the walls we've built. The Tudong monks simply don't build those walls, and so they don't have to defend them. When you have no fixed plans, disappointment loses its grip. When you don't depend on circumstances to be happy, your happiness is no longer hostage to things beyond your control. This doesn't make the monks indifferent or cold. Quite the opposite. They are often described as joyful, open, and deeply compassionate. Their joy is resilient because it isn't tied to conditions. It doesn't need life to be a certain way in order to flourish. It's like this: when you have nothing to lose, you have nothing to fear. When you have nothing to fear, you have nothing to defend. When you have nothing to defend, you can love completely. The Buddha's example, the Buddha himself, began his spiritual journey by walking away from wealth, power, and security. He wasn't rejecting life, he was rejecting the prison of clinging. He once said, "Few are those among men who cross to the further shore. Most people run up and down on this side. The further shore isn't a physical place. It's a way of being that's free from the constant anxiety of protecting what can never be permanently protected. You don't have to shave your head and wander barefoot in the jungle to taste this freedom. You can begin wherever you are, simply by noticing what you're clinging to and loosening your grip. Ask yourself, what am I afraid to lose? How much energy am I spending defending it? What would it feel like to hold it more lightly?" Contentment over consumption. The forest tradition teaches that true wealth isn't measured by how much you have, but by how little you need. Not the kind of contentment that comes from getting everything you want, but the contentment that comes from wanting only what's here right now. This isn't resignation, It's the deepest form of gratitude. It's looking at a half bowl of rice and feeling as rich as a king. The monks practice what they call just enough food to sustain the body, just enough shelter to keep out the rain, just enough clothing to maintain modesty. You live with just enough, you stop drowning in excess. The clutter clears not just from your home, but from your mind. You begin to notice what's essential and what's just noise. Holy insecurity, a world obsessed with safety nets. The monks practice something radical, holy insecurity. They don't store food for the future. They don't save money. They don't make long-term plans. This isn't recklessness, it's trust. Trust in what? Not in luck or blind faith, but in the natural abundance of life. For billions of years, life has been self-sustaining. The sun rises without alarm clocks. Rain falls without permission slips. Trees grow without strategic plans. The monks align themselves with this flow instead of fighting against it. They discover what's called effortless effort, action that is engaged but not frantic, purposeful but not desperate, not knowing as a practice one. Of the most profound disciplines in the forest tradition is not knowing. The monks cultivate comfort with uncertainty. They don't know where they'll sleep tonight. They don't know what they'll eat tomorrow. This deliberate openness keeps them rooted in the present moment. The Buddha once said, "The whole secret of existence is to have no fear. Never fear what will become of you. Depend on no one. Only the moment you reject all help are you truly free." This isn't about rejecting people. It's about rejecting the illusion that your peace depends on external support. Solitude without loneliness. Many forest monks spend months in solitude. In that stillness, they discover something startling. Loneliness is often just the mind's resistance to being alone. When you stop fighting solitude, it becomes a teacher. It strips away the distractions, leaving only awareness itself, pure, unconditioned, not tied to any object. What remains when the noise fades? The monks would say, your original mind, the one that was here before you started adding layers of possessions, identities, and plans. Letting go of the need to be enlightened. Ironically, the forest path often begins by letting go of even the desire to awaken. Many seekers collect teachings, chase experiences, and build elaborate spiritual identities. But the forest monks show that awakening might be far simpler, dropping everything unnecessary, including the idea that you must become something more than you are. Ajahn Chah, one of Thailand's great forest masters, used to tell his students, "You are the Buddha. There is nothing to attain, but you must practice for 20 years to realize this." The practice isn't about acquiring something new, it's about removing everything that hides what's already here. Death as the ultimate teacher, the monks regularly contemplate the body's decay, not out of morbid fascination, but to see clearly that nothing physical can be held forever. When you understand this deeply, clinging becomes pointless. You stop living as if life were a storage unit to be filled. You start living as if each moment were a fragile, unrepeatable gift. Oddly enough, thinking about death makes life more vivid. You stop waiting for perfect conditions to appreciate what's in front of you. You find beauty in the chipped cup, the fading flower, the passing cloud. The real freedom, the freedom of having nothing to lose, isn't about poverty. It's about psychological non-ownership, loosening your grip on things, plans, and identities. When you're not invested in always being right, you can truly listen. When you're not attached to a specific outcome, you can adapt. When you're not defending an identity, you can respond authentically to whatever arises. This is a kind of wealth that can't be stolen, burned, or lost. And here's the paradox. Once you stop clinging to what you think you need, life often gives you more than you ever imagined. But by then, you're no longer holding it with a clenched fist. You're holding it lightly, and that's why it feels so free. When the mind clears itself, imagine a glass of water drawn from a muddy river. You could stir it endlessly, scooping out tiny bits of sediment, trying to force the water into clarity. Or you could simply set the glass down, stop stirring, and watch as the mud settles to the bottom on its own. The water clears itself not because you worked harder, but because you stopped disturbing it. Your mind works exactly the same way. Most people approach meditation like they're trying to stir muddy water into clarity. They push against thoughts. They try to force concentration. They demand that a special experience happens right now. They battle with themselves, believing that peace is a prize at the end of a long fight. But insight meditation vipassana works on a completely different principle. It starts with the radical idea that clarity is the mind's natural state. Your job is not to create peace. Your job is to stop disturbing it. The Buddha's own discovery, before he became the Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, tried everything to force his mind into stillness. He pushed his body through extreme fasting. He practiced grueling concentration exercises. He endured discomfort until his body was skeletal and weak. He did everything that the most disciplined spiritual seekers of his time said would bring awakening. It didn't work. The breakthrough came not when he added another technique, but when he stopped trying so hard. When he sat beneath the Bodhi tree, he simply allowed his mind to rest in its own natural state. Like a pond in the forest, when no wind disturbs it, the surface becomes mirror still. You don't make it calm, you just stop throwing stones. Principle of just sitting in Zen, this is sometimes called shikantaza, just sitting. It's not laziness, it's not passivity. It's the disciplined art of allowing the mind's natural intelligence to operate without your constant interference. You sit comfortably. You close your eyes or soften your gaze, and you observe whatever arises without judgment, without trying to change it, without making a problem out of it, like a scientist observing wild animals. You watch without disturbing the environment. At first, the mind will seem chaotic, racing, emotions swirling, sensations demanding your attention. This isn't a sign of failure. It's simply what has always been happening. You're just seeing it now. The sky and the clouds, the Buddha said. The mind is everything. What you think, you become. But he also taught that thoughts themselves are like clouds drifting across the sky of awareness. When you identify with the clouds, you get pulled into every mental weather pattern, storms of worry, fogs of confusion, bright bursts of excitement. But when you identify with the sky itself, you realize that no matter what clouds pass through, the sky remains open, untouched, and limitless. Insight meditation trains you to be the sky. You don't need to control which thoughts arise. You don't need to judge them. You simply see them appear, exist for a while, and dissolve like clouds forming and dispersing on a windy day. Not creating peace, discovering it every time you choose to return to the breath instead of following a thought. You're not making peace happen, you're uncovering the peace that was always there. Even in your busiest, most confused states, awareness itself remains calm. It's like the ocean. The surface might be stormy, but deep below there is stillness. This changes how you deal with difficult emotions. Instead of trying to meditate them away, you learn to meditate with them. When anger arises, you don't suppress it or act it out. You observe its texture, its warmth or heat, the way it pulses and changes. You watch how it peaks, fades, and disappears on its own like a wave that eventually breaks and melts back into the sea. The same is true for anxiety, sadness, or excitement. When you stop resisting, you discover that all emotions are temporary guests in awareness. The gap between thoughts in ordinary life, thoughts seem like an unbroken stream. But when you pay close attention, you notice tiny pauses, brief spaces of silence between thoughts. These gaps are like doors into the peace you've been searching for. They reveal what's always been present beneath mental noise. As your practice deepens, these spaces naturally widened, not because you forced them to, but because you've stopped immediately filling them with more thoughts. You become comfortable with mental silence. You discover that this silence isn't dead, or empty, it's vibrantly alive, like a clear night sky full of unseen stars. Stages of settling, this process unfolds gradually, noticing you're lost in thought. This moment of recognition is already awakening. Most people never even see that they're thinking they're completely merged with the story in their heads. Noticing sooner, instead of drifting for minutes, you catch the wandering after seconds. Thoughts still arise, but they don't sweep you away. You become like someone sitting on a riverbank, watching the water flow, not someone thrashing in the current. You don't have to wait years to experience this. You can taste it right now. Just notice that you are aware. Feel the awareness. That is noticing these words. It isn't thinking about them, it's simply present. Peace is not an achievement seeking. Peace in experiences is like searching for silence in sounds. Silence isn't a special sound. It's the space in which all sounds appear and disappear. Peace isn't a special state. It's the awareness in which all states arise and fade. When you realize this, you stop chasing perfect meditations. You stop measuring success by how blissful or concentrated you felt. You recognize that awareness itself is the goal land. It's always here. The role of acceptance resistance creates turbulence. If you fight what's arising in meditation, you stir up the very mud you're trying to settle. Acceptance doesn't mean you have to like everything. It means you allow everything to be as it is. For now, this allowing is what lets the mind clear itself. And as you learn to let your mind settle on the cushion, you begin to live differently off the cushion. You stop trying to control every situation. You trust that some problems resolve naturally if you stop interfering. From meditator to meditation, at a certain point, something profound happens. You stop feeling like you are meditating, and instead, there is simply meditation happening. Awareness is aware of itself. Effort drops away. The Buddha called this effortless mindfulness, attention flowing naturally to whatever is here, like water running downhill. You're not watching the breath. Breathing is simply happening, and awareness knows it. You're not observing thoughts. Thinking is happening in open space. Trusting your own nature. Ultimately, this practice is about trust. Trust that your mind has an innate clarity. Trust that beneath all mental activity, something still and wise is always present. Trust that awakening isn't something you manufacture, it's what happens when you stop blocking what's already here. As this trust deepens, meditation stops feeling like work and starts feeling like coming home. You realize you've never truly been away from this clarity, only distracted from noticing it. Rest hereafter, all the searching, all the striving. You might find that what you've been chasing has been quietly present the whole time. Not as an achievement, not as a reward, simply as what you are, right here, right now. This very awareness, noticing these words, is the still pond you've been looking for. Rest here. This is home. Chapter 1. The Weight of Uncertainty. There are moments in life when you feel like you've stepped into a foggy forest. You stand there, surrounded by trees so tall you can't see the sky. The air is damp and still, and the light barely filters. Through the thick mist, you take a step forward, but the ground beneath your feet feels uneven. You try to look ahead, but the fog swallows the path. You can't tell where it begins or where it might lead, and in that moment, you realize you have no map. You pause. You hesitate. You begin to ask yourself the questions that arise in every soul during times like this. Am I going the right way? Should I turn back? What if I'm walking in circles? Am I even meant to be here? The human experience of being lost. This right here is the human experience of being lost. It's not a rare occurrence. It's as natural as the changing seasons. For some people, it comes in the form of a career crisis. You might be working in a job you once thought you wanted, only to wake up one day feeling that it no longer fits. The work that once motivated you now feels heavy. Every email you write feels like it belongs to someone else's life. For others, it arrives during heartbreak or loss. The person you built your world around is suddenly gone. not just physically, but emotionally. And now the future you imagined together has vanished, leaving only blank pages where your plans used to be. For some, the feeling creeps in during a moment of failure. Perhaps a business venture that collapsed, a dream that didn't come true, or a personal goal that slipped away after years of effort. You thought success was around the corner, but instead, you found yourself back at the starting line. And sometimes, the most unsettling of all, the feeling comes with no clear reason. You wake up one morning, go about your routine, and realize the meaning that once carried you has dissolved. Life feels unfamiliar, like a home where the furniture has been rearranged in the night. Buddhism's first step, facing reality. What makes Buddhism so different from many philosophies? It doesn't try to brush this feeling away. It doesn't tell you to just stay positive or ignore the bad times. In fact, Buddhism begins right here with a deep bow to the truth that life is uncertain. It teaches that impermanence, instability, and unpredictability are not flaws in life, they are life. Zen Buddhism, in particular, doesn't sugarcoat it. A Zen master would tell you, if you are lost, it means you have left the old path. That is the beginning of real seeing. To be lost, in Zen terms, is not a curse. It is a sign that you've stepped beyond the boundaries of the life you thought you knew. When the road disappears, there is a saying in Zen, when the road disappears, the real journey begins. Think about that. As long as you are walking a familiar path, the one you've always known, the one you've been told to follow, you are not truly exploring. You are simply repeating the steps of others. But when that path dissolves into fog, when the familiar markers are gone, when you can no longer predict what comes next, that is when you have the opportunity to see with fresh eyes. Why being lost feels so heavy, and yet even knowing this, the feeling of being lost can be suffocating. Why? Because humans crave certainty. We are wired to want stability, a clear plan, and the reassurance of knowing what tomorrow will bring. Uncertainty feels like standing on the edge of a cliff with a blindfold on. Every step feels like it could be the wrong one. The mind begins to spin. What if I make the wrong choice? What if I waste years going the wrong way? What if this is the end of everything I've worked for? The Buddha understood this deeply. He knew that the human mind clings to what is known because the unknown feels like death. But here is the paradox. Clinging to what is known often keeps us from truly living. The turning point there comes a moment in every journey when you must decide. Will you let uncertainty paralyze you, or will you allow it to open you? The truth is, you can't see the whole road ahead, and you never could. Even in times when you thought you had everything figured out, life could still surprise you. The difference is that now the illusion of control has been stripped away, and you are face to face with reality. Zen would tell you this is a gift. The fog, the uncertainty, the loss of direction, they are not here to punish you. They are here to strip away what you no longer need, so you can discover the path that is truly yours. A Zen story for the lost there is an old Zen story about a young monk who came to his master in despair. "Master," he said, "I feel like I am wandering. Without a path, I don't know which way to go. Every direction seems wrong." The master listened silently. Then, without a word, he picked up a walking stick and drew a single line in the sand. He pointed to one end of the line and said, "This is where you were. The other end is where you think you should be." The monk looked at the empty space between the two ends and asked, "But how do I get from here to there?" The master smiled and swept his hand across the line, erasing it completely. "You already are where you need to be," he said. "The path is not somewhere else. It begins under your feet." The question that matters, so if you can't see the road, if you can't know the future, what should you do? Buddhism invites you to ask not, "Where should I be going? Will I walk this step?" That shift from destination to presence is the first relief from the weight of uncertainty. Closing reflection: if you are standing in your own foggy forest right now, remember, It is not a mistake to be here. You are not behind in life. You are not broken. You are simply at a point where the old map no longer applies. And that is the birthplace of something new. In the words of a Zen poem, the way is not in the sky, the way is in the heart. When the road disappears, your true journey begins, and your first step is to breathe, look around, and realize that even here, especially here, you are still on the path. Chapter 2, the first step, accepting not knowing when you're lost. Your first instinct is almost always the same. Find the answer immediately. You want the relief of certainty. You want a map, a sign, a voice from the heavens that points in a clear direction. You want to know right now what to do next. It's human nature. The unknown feels uncomfortable, even threatening. We think, if I could just figure it out, I could relax. If I knew the outcome, I wouldn't be so afraid. And so we scramble. We search, we analyze, we overthink. We make endless lists and plans. We grab the first idea that feels like the answer simply because we can't bear the weight of uncertainty. But Zen Buddhism teaches something radically different. It says, instead of rushing to escape uncertainty, rest in not knowing. Yes, rest in it. Instead of running from the fog, sit in it. Instead of forcing the path to appear, allow the ground beneath your feet to teach you where you are. This goes against almost everything we're taught in modern life, where speed, decisiveness, and constant action are glorified. But in Zen, wisdom is not born from rushing, it's born from stillness. Why forcing clarity? Doesn't work. Imagine you're holding a glass of muddy water. If you keep stirring it, the mud will swirl endlessly, making the water cloudy. No matter how desperately you want it to be clear, your stirring only keeps it murky. But if you place the glass down and leave it alone, something happens. Slowly sinks to the bottom, and the water becomes clear without any effort on your part. Your mind works exactly the same way. The more you stir, obsessively thinking, forcing decisions, overanalyzing, the more confused you feel. But when you allow yourself to stop stirring, the mind begins to settle naturally, and clarity emerges on its own. Beginner's mind, Shoshin, Zen practice. This state of openness is called beginner's mind Shoshin. It is the willingness to meet each moment without the burden of already knowing what it means or where it will lead. The beginner's mind is free from rigid expectations. It is curious rather than certain. It says, I don't know what will happen, and that's okay. This is not about ignorance, it's about humility. It's about acknowledging that life is vast and mysterious, and our limited perspective cannot possibly see the whole picture. What happens when you accept not knowing, when you can truly accept that you don't know? Several powerful shifts happen almost immediately. You stop resisting reality. The fight against uncertainty is exhausting. When you stop fighting, you conserve energy. Energy you can now use for awareness, creativity, and presence. You become open to learning. If you already think you know, you can't learn anything new. The beginner's mind is like an empty cup. It's ready to be filled. You stop clinging to outdated maps. Often, the maps we follow in life are old. They were drawn for a version of ourselves that no longer exists. Letting go of them frees you to explore. You give life permission to surprise you. When you're not clinging to a fixed idea of how things must unfold, you open yourself to possibilities you never imagined. A Zen story, The Cup of Tea. There's a famous Zen story about a professor who came to a Zen master to learn about enlightenment. As they sat together, the master poured tea into the professor's cup until it was full. But then he kept pouring. The tea spilled over onto the table and the floor. The professor exclaimed, "Stop! Can't you see the cup is full?" The master replied, "Exactly. You are like this cup, so full of your own opinions and conclusions that nothing new can enter. Empty your cup, and then we can begin." Accepting not knowing is emptying your cup. Why it feels hard. Why it feels hard, let's be honest. This is not easy. The ego thrives on knowing, on being right, on having control. It feels vulnerable to admit, I don't know, but here's the paradox. The moment you can admit it, you stop being trapped by the false security of pretending you know. The ego sees uncertainty as weakness. Zen sees it as freedom. Practical ways to rest in not knowing. You might be wondering, how do I actually do this? Here are a few practices that can help. Pause before you decide when faced with uncertainty. Resist the urge to make an immediate decision just to relieve discomfort. Give it space. Observe without judgment instead of labeling something good or bad right away. Notice it like a scientist studying nature. Ask questions instead of demanding answers. Replace what should I do with what is this moment teaching me? Practice mindful breathing. A few slow, deep breaths anchor you in the present, where not knowing doesn't feel so threatening. The space where wisdom grows in, a Zen garden. The empty spaces are as important as the stones. Without them, the beauty is lost. The same is true in life. The space of not knowing is what allows wisdom to take root. When you fill every moment with rushing, planning, and controlling, there's no room for life to surprise you. But when you leave space, the path often reveals itself in the most unexpected way. A personal reflection exercise. If you're in a period of uncertainty right now, try this. Write down 3 things you don't know about your current situation. Sit with them in silence for a few minutes without trying to solve them. Notice how your body feels when you allow them to simply exist. You might find that the weight you are carrying begins to lighten, not because you have the answers, but because you've stopped demanding them right now. Closing thought, beginners. Mind is not passive. It's deeply engaged with life, but without the rigidity of fixed outcomes. Zen reminds us, not knowing is most intimate. Why? Because when we stop pretending we have all the answers, we meet life directly, raw, unfiltered, and real. When you can rest in not knowing, you stop fighting the fog. And in that stillness, the fog becomes less of an enemy and more of a mystery you are willing to explore. Chapter 3. Anchoring in the present moment. When you are lost, your mind doesn't stay where you are. It races forward to the future, imagining all the ways things could go wrong. Or it drifts backward, replaying old decisions, mistakes, and what-if thought. This is the mind's survival mechanism to plan and analyze. But when you are in the midst of uncertainty, this overthinking doesn't save you, it drowns you. Zen Buddhism teaches that in such moments, you must learn to anchor yourself to the present, because this moment is the only ground that is truly solid beneath your feet. The story of the man and the tiger. There's a famous Zen parable. A man is walking through a forest when suddenly a tiger begins chasing him. He runs, heart pounding, until he reaches the edge of a cliff. With no way forward and a tiger behind, he grabs a vine and swings down, hanging over the edge. Just below, another tiger waits. And above him, 2 mice, one white, one black, begin to gnaw at the vine dot. At that moment, the man sees a wild strawberry growing from the cliffside. He plucks it and eats it. It is the sweetest strawberry he has ever tasted. This story isn't really about tigers or strawberries. It's about being fully present in the one moment you still have. Even when life feels like it's collapsing from all sides, the tigers are the things you fear. Your uncertain future, your unresolved past. The mice are time itself, day and night, slowly cutting away the thread of your life. And the strawberry. It's this very moment, right now. Why the present is the only refuge in Buddhism. There is a saying, the past is a memory, the future is an imagination. The present is the only reality. When you're lost, your suffering is rarely in the moment itself. It's in your thoughts about the moment, the fears, projections, and judgments. The present moment often contains far less pain than the stories we tell ourselves about it. Now, as you read this, notice the chair or floor beneath you is supporting your weight. You are breathing. You are safe in this instant. When you anchor here, the weight of uncertainty lifts, even if just a little. Breathing as an anchor, the simplest way to return to the present is through your breath in Zen monasteries. Monks spend hours each day in zazen-seated meditation, watching the breath come in and go out. They don't do this to escape life, but to meet it fully. You can do the same, anywhere, anytime. Sit or stand comfortably. Bring your awareness to the sensation of breathing. Feel the air entering your nostrils, your chest rising, your belly expanding. Follow the breath all the way out. If your mind wanders, gently return to the breath without judgment. Even 3 conscious breaths can bring you back from spiraling thoughts into grounded presence. The cup of tea practices, Master Thich Nhat Hanh often taught that drinking tea can be a doorway into the present moment. When you drink tea, don't rush. Don't scroll your phone. Don't plan the rest of your day. Simply hold the cup, feel its warmth, smell the aroma, sip slowly, and notice the taste. This isn't just tea drinking, it's life drinking. Because when you are fully here for one cup of tea, you train yourself to be here for everything. Letting go of the urge to solve everything now, when you are lost. The mind screams, "Figure it out now." We don't have time to waste. But here's the truth. You can't see the whole path from where you are. You can only take the step in front of you. The present moment is that step. Instead of living in the stress of not knowing the outcome, live in the simplicity of the action you can take now, a single phone call, a walk outside, writing a page in your journal. Clarity often comes not from overthinking, but from living fully in the small steps you can actually take. The river that knows where it's going. Poet Ryokan once wrote, "No snowflake falls in the wrong place." Think of a river. It doesn't panic about where it's going. It simply flows, following its nature. It doesn't know every twist and turn, yet it always finds its way to the ocean. You are the same. When you anchor in the present, you allow life to carry you naturally toward where you need to be without force, without constant mental struggle. A simple daily practice for presence. Here's a practice you can begin today. Morning grounding before getting out of bed. Place a hand on your chest. Take 5 slow breaths, noticing your body waking up. One task at a time. Whatever you do, eating, walking, washing dishes, do it without multitasking. Micro pauses throughout the day. Stop for 10 seconds. Take 1 deep breath and notice what's around you. Evening reflection. Before sleeping, recall 3 moments you were present today. They could be small, watching sunlight through a window, hearing laughter, tasting food. The more you practice, the more present moments. You'll notice, even in uncertainty, when the mind wanders back to fear, you might be thinking, "But what if I slip back into worry?" You will, we all do. The mind has been practicing fear and projection for years. But every time you catch yourself and return to the present, it's like training a muscle. The more you do it, the stronger your ability to stay anchored becomes. Zen doesn't ask you to fight the wandering mind, only to notice and gently return. Again and again, as the saying goes, you can't stop the waves, but you can learn to surf. Closing reflection when you feel lost. Anchoring in the present doesn't mean giving up on finding direction. It means building the steadiness to walk through uncertainty without being crushed by it. Because the truth is, the present moment is not just a stepping stone toward the future, it is your life right here, right now. And if you can truly live here, even for a breath, even for a sip of tea, you are already home. Chapter 4. The Teaching of Impermanence, Anicca. There is a story told in the Buddhist tradition about a young woman named Kisagami. She was radiant, kind, and full of joy when she became a mother for the first time. Her world revolved around her little boy, his first smile, his first steps, his first words. But one day, the boy fell ill. Despite every effort, he died in her arms. Grief consumed her. She could not accept it. She carried her child's lifeless body through the streets, begging anyone who would listen. "Please, give me medicine for my son. Please bring him back to life." The villagers pitied her, but could offer no help until someone sent her to the Buddha. She knelt before him, pleading for a miracle. The Buddha listened with compassion and said, "Yes, I can help. But first, you must bring me a handful of mustard seeds." From a house that has never known death, her heart lifted. She rushed from door to door. At the first house they said, "Yes, we have mustard seeds, but we have lost a father." At the next, "We have mustard seeds, but we have buried a daughter." At every home, the answer was the same. Death had visited them too. By nightfall, her feet were weary and her heart heavy with understanding. She returned to the Buddha without the seeds. "I could not find a house untouched by death," she whispered. The Buddha nodded gently. "Now you see, death comes to all. This is the way of life." Kisagatami buried her son that evening. Her tears did not stop entirely, but something inside her shifted. She no longer felt alone in her pain. She began her journey as a student of the Dharma, the truth, impermanence, the universal Lowen Buddhism. This truth is called anicca, impermanence. Everything we cling to, our youth, our possessions, our relationships, our very bodies, is in a constant state of change. No matter how tightly we hold, it all slips through our fingers. Eventually, the seasons turn, flowers bloom, then fade. Mountains rise, but even they are worn down by wind and rain. And within ourselves, cells are constantly dying and renewing. The you that existed 10 years ago is not the same you reading these words now. Impermanence is not an idea, it's the fabric of reality. Why we resist this truth if impermanence is everywhere? Why do we struggle so much to accept it? Because the human mind craves stability. We want guarantees. We want today's joy to last forever and today's pain to vanish immediately. When something good happens, we cling to it, fearing its end. When something bad happens, we push it away. Desperate for it to be over, both reactions create suffering. The Buddha called this suffering dukkha, the unease that comes from resisting the way things truly are. Impermanence as freedom at first. Impermanence sounds cruel. It means nothing lasts. It means we can lose everything. But look deeper. Because nothing lasts, pain doesn't last either. Because nothing is fixed, change is always possible. Because everything flows, there is room for growth. Impermanence means that today's storm will pass. It means that even if your heart feels broken now, it can heal. It means that the version of you who struggles today is not the version of you who must exist tomorrow. When we truly embrace impermanence, life becomes lighter. We stop clinging so desperately. We start to appreciate each moment for what it is, precious, fleeting, and unrepeatable. A practice, watching change in real time. One of the simplest ways to understand impermanence is to watch it happen. Moment by moment, sit outside and notice the sky. No matter how still it seems, clouds are shifting. Light changes, the wind moves the leaves. Or watch your own breath. Each inhale rises, peaks, and falls away. Each exhale ends, and a new inhale begins. No two breaths are the same. When you observe change in such small details, it becomes easier to accept it in the big things, careers, relationships, health, and even life itself. Impermanence and love. Ironically, accepting impermanence can deepen love. When you know something will not last forever, you treasure it more deeply while it's here. Think of a sunset. If it were always there, we might stop noticing its beauty. But because it fades, we stand in awe. Relationships work the same way. Knowing that our time with someone is finite, whether it's a parent, a friend, or a partner, can inspire us to be more present, more forgiving, more kind. Instead of saying, "I'll make time later," we realize later is not guaranteed. And so, we choose now. The river and the stone. Imagine holding a stone in your hand. It feels solid, unchanging. But drop it into a river, and over years, perhaps centuries, the water will smooth and shape it. Eventually, it will wear it down entirely. We are like that stone, and life is like that river. We can resist the current, clinging to our shape, or we can flow with it, allowing ourselves to be transformed. Impermanence is not the enemy. It is the sculptor, shaping us into something new with every passing day. Living with anakaso, how do we live with this truth? Notice, change daily in your body, in nature, in others. Let go a little sooner when something ends. Release it instead of clinging. Savor without holding. Enjoy beauty, love, and joy, knowing they are gifts, not possessions. Trust. The flow believe that endings are also beginnings. Closing reflection impermanence is not a punishment. It's life's greatest teacher. It reminds us to cherish the people we love. It humbles us when we think we're in control. It comforts us when we are in pain, because pain, too, will pass. The Buddha once said, "All conditioned things are impermanent when one sees this with wisdom. One turns away from suffering." In the end, impermanence is not about losing. It's about living fully, knowing that every moment is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. And when we see life this way, even the foggiest paths become beautiful. Chapter 5, Letting Go of the Illusion of Control. There's a silent belief we carry almost every day. If I just plan enough, if I work hard enough, if I think long enough, I can control the outcome of my life. It sounds reasonable. It even sounds responsible. But Zen Buddhism teaches something radically different. The idea that control is an illusion. This doesn't mean life is pure chaos or that nothing we do matters. It means that no matter how carefully we arrange the chess pieces, life can, at any moment, make a move we never expected. You've probably lived this truth already. A relationship you thought would last forever suddenly ends. A job you counted on disappears overnight. A health report changes the way you see your future. In those moments, it becomes painfully clear. We are not in control. We are participants in a dance with forces much larger than ourselves. The Zen perspective on control in Zen. Control is seen as a subtle form of attachment, an attempt to hold life still in a way that suits our desires. But the problem is that life itself is movement. It is not a fixed photograph. It is a flowing river. When we try to hold on, we end up fighting the current, exhausting ourselves, and often losing what we were trying to protect. The Buddha often illustrated this through the metaphor of the open hand. When you try to grasp water by clenching your fist, it slips through your fingers. But when you hold your hand open, the water rests gently in your palm. In the same way, control squeezes life until it escapes. Letting go allows life to rest with you for as long as it will, and then move on naturally. Why we cling to control feels safe. It gives us the illusion of certainty in an uncertain world. From childhood, we are taught that being in control means being responsible, successful, and secure. But here's the paradox. The more we try to control, the more we fear losing control. The more we fear losing control, the more we try to tighten our grip. This creates an endless loop of anxiety. And when reality inevitably proves that our control is limited, we experience deep frustration, even despair. DSN breaks this cycle by shifting the focus from controlling outcomes to participating fully in the present moment, instead of trying. To control the river, you learn to flow with it. The freedom and letting go of control doesn't mean giving up or becoming passive. It means changing your relationship with uncertainty. When you let go, you free yourself from the impossible task of managing every variable in life. You create space to respond to life as it is, not as you wish it would be. This is the core of Zen's teaching on equanimity, the ability to remain steady whether life gives you calm waters or crashing waves. Think about a skilled surfer. They don't control the ocean. They can't stop the waves from coming or decide their size and timing. but they can choose how to move with each wave, how to adapt, how to ride instead of resist. Life is no different. The waves will come. You can either drown trying to control them, or you can learn to ride. A Zen story, The Farmer's Luck. There's an old Zen parable about a farmer whose horse ran away. His neighbors came to comfort him. "What bad luck?" they said. The farmer replied, "Maybe, we'll see." The next day, the horse returned and brought with it 2 wild horses. "What good luck?" the neighbor said. The farmer replied, "Maybe we'll see." The day after that, the farmer's son tried to ride one of the wild horses. He fell and broke his leg. "What bad luck?" the neighbor said. The farmer replied, "Maybe, we'll see." A week later, soldiers came to the village to take all the young men to war. Because of his broken leg, the farmer's son was left behind. "What good luck?" the neighbors said. The farmer replied, "Maybe, we'll see." The wisdom of this story is simple but profound. Life is too complex to label events as purely good or bad in the moment. What we think we can control or predict often changes beyond recognition over time. The practice of surrender in Zen Buddhism. Surrender isn't defeat. It's the conscious choice to meet life with openness instead of resistance. Here are a few ways to practice letting go of the illusion of control. Pause before reacting when something unexpected happens. Notice your immediate urge to fix, change, or control it. Instead, pause. Take 3 slow breaths. Ask, what is actually in my control right now? Focus on effort, not outcome. The outcome is often beyond your control, but your effort is not. Pour yourself into the process, the quality of your attention, the sincerity of your actions, and let go of how it turns out. Release the what-if mind. The mind loves to create scenarios of what could go wrong. In Zen, this is seen as mental noise. Return your attention to what is actually happening in this moment. Practice non-attachment in small things. Let someone else choose the restaurant. Allow plans to change without protest. Notice how it feels to loosen your grip. Letting go changes you. When you stop trying to control everything, life becomes lighter. You start to notice beauty in places you once overlooked because you were too busy managing the future. You find it easier to adapt. You stop taking setbacks as personal failures and see them as part of the unfolding of life. You also open yourself to possibilities you never planned, and often those are the most meaningful moments of all. Letting go is not a one-time event. It's a daily, sometimes hourly practice. Some days you'll feel open and trusting. Other days fear will tighten your grip again. That's okay. The practice is not about perfection. It's about remembering over and over to unclench your fist and let the water rest in your open palm. A closing reflection Zen invites us to imagine life not as a chessboard to master, but as a garden to tend. You can plant seeds, water them, and care for them, but you cannot control the rain, the sun, or the seasons. When you accept this, you stop exhausting yourself trying to force the harvest. You simply do your part and trust the rest to the rhythm of life. In uncertain times, the illusion of control is tempting. It promises safety, but delivers anxiety. Letting go feels risky, but it brings a deeper kind of safety. The safety of knowing you can meet life as it comes, without fear of drowning in the unexpected. The Zen path is not about holding on tighter. It's about opening your hand and stepping into the flow, and in that openness, you discover something you never expected. Life doesn't need your control to be beautiful. Chapter 6. The Power of Compassion. Karuna, when you feel lost, your mind often narrows its focus. You start thinking only about your own confusion, your own pain, your own uncertainty. It's as if the world around you fades into the background, and all you can see is the fog you're standing in. This is natural. Pain draws attention inward. But Zen Buddhism offers a surprising remedy for this inward spiral. Compassion, what Buddhists call Karuna. At first, this might seem counterintuitive. If you're the one who is lost, why should you be thinking about someone else's suffering? Shouldn't you fix yourself first? And yet, the great Zen masters discovered something profound. When you open your heart to the suffering of others, your own suffering changes. It doesn't necessarily vanish, but it becomes lighter, softer, less consuming. What is karuna? In Buddhism, karuna is not just feeling sorry for someone. It's not pity. It's not looking down on someone because they're struggling. Karuna is the deep, heartfelt wish for others to be free from suffering. Paired with the willingness to help if you can, it's compassion in action. It's not passive. It moves. It reaches out. It says, I see your pain, and even if I can't solve it, I will not turn away. Shantideva, the great Buddhist teacher, once wrote, all the joy the world contains comes from wishing others to be happy. All the misery the world contains comes from wishing oneself to be happy. This isn't saying you shouldn't care about yourself. Rather, it's pointing out that self-obsession tightens the knots of suffering while compassion opens them. Why compassion helps when you're lost, when you're in uncertainty. Your mind wants control. It wants answers. But compassion redirects your focus from, how do I fix this for me, to how can I be of help here and now? That shift does three powerful things. It gives you purpose in the moment, even if you don't know your life purpose. You can create purpose in each small act of kindness. It expands your perspective. You stop viewing your life as just a personal drama and start seeing it as part of a larger human story. It transforms your pain into connection. You realize that others feel lost too. You are not alone in your uncertainty. The Zen story of the monk and the thief. There's an old Zen story about Ryokan, a humble monk who lived in a small hut. One evening, a thief broke into his hut, looking for money or valuables. But Ryokan had nothing to give. He lived simply, owning almost nothing. When Ryokan saw the thief, he said gently, "You came a long way to visit me. You shouldn't. Leave empty-handed, please. Take my clothes." The thief, startled, didn't know how to respond. But Ryokan removed his worn robe and handed it over. The thief took it and ran away. Later that night, Ryokan sat outside his hut, shivering under the cold moonlight. He looked up and whispered, "I wish I could give him this beautiful moon." Ryokan had compassion not just for the suffering of those society calls good, but even for the one who had wronged him. He saw beyond the thief's act to the human being beneath. This kind of compassion, the willingness to care even when it's uncomfortable, softens the hardest parts of our hearts. Compassion for yourself, Kara, begins within. Many people think compassion is only about others, but Buddhism teaches that you cannot pour tea from an empty cup. If you're lost and you berate yourself for not having it all together, that's not the way forward. In Zen, we treat ourselves with the same gentleness we'd offer a dear friend. Instead of saying, "I'm such a failure, I should be stronger," we practice saying, "This is hard, and I'm doing my best. It's okay not to know everything right now." This doesn't mean we stop striving to grow. It means we grow from a place of love, not from the whip of self-criticism. Compassion. In action, small steps that matter. You want to bring karuna into your life, especially when you feel lost. Start small. Listen without fixing the... Next time someone shares their struggles, resist the urge to immediately offer solutions. Just be present. Offer without expecting. Do something kind, without keeping a mental score of what you'll get back. Acknowledge strangers. A smile, eye contact, or a simple good morning can be a ripple of warmth in someone's day. Forgive when you can. Let go of small grudges. Your heart will thank you. Be patient with yourself. Notice when you're being harsh on yourself. And practice softening. Compassion as a compass. When you don't know where to go in life, compassion can be your compass. You may not have a map, but you can still choose your next step based on this question. What would be the most compassionate thing I can do right now? Sometimes the answer will be to rest. Sometimes it will be to help someone else. Sometimes it will be to speak up. Sometimes it will be to stay silent. By choosing compassion, you ensure that even if you're lost in a way that is beautiful, a way that builds bridges instead of walls. The ripple effect. There's a saying in Zen, when one drop of water falls into a still pond, the whole pond is affected. Your small acts of compassion are like those drops. You may never know how far the ripples travel. The kind word you speak today might be remembered years later. The smile you give could be the lifeline someone needed that day. And here's the quiet miracle. As you create ripples for others, you feel them too. Your heart begins to clear. Your fog begins to thin. And slowly, you start to see your own path again. Closing reflection: when the world feels uncertain, when your own future feels unclear, remember this: you don't need all the answers to bring light into someone else's day. Karuna teaches us that compassion is both the path and the destination. It is the gift that heals both the giver and the receiver. So when you feel lost, instead of asking, "How do I get out of this fog?" ask, "Who can I walk beside while we find the way together?" That question alone may be the beginning of your return. Chapter 7. The teaching of interbeing in we feel lost in life. It's tempting to believe we're entirely alone in our struggles, that our pain, our uncertainty, and our confusion are somehow ours to bear in isolation. But Zen Buddhism offers a profoundly different perspective. Nothing in existence is separate. Every breath you take, every step you make, every thought you think, all are woven into an intricate web of life that connects you to every other being, moment, and element in the universe. This insight is beautifully captured in the Buddhist teaching known as interbeing. The term interbeing was popularized by the Vietnamese Zen master Thich Nthn. It's a simple yet transformative idea. You cannot be by yourself alone. You can only interbe with everything else. In other words, your existence is dependent on countless causes, conditions, and relationships that came before you and exist alongside you. 1. Understanding interbeing. Think about a single sheet of paper. At first glance, it might seem like a self-contained object, thin, white, unremarkable. But if you look deeply, you'll see the sunlight that nourished the tree from which the paper came. You'll see the rain that fed that tree. You'll see the logger who cut it down, the machines that processed it, the workers in the paper mill, the truck drivers, the storekeepers, and the person who handed it to you. In that sheet of paper, you can see clouds, rivers, forests, and the labor of countless people you've never met. Without them, the paper wouldn't exist. And in the same way, without countless unseen forces, you wouldn't exist either. The clothes you wear, the food you eat, the language you speak, they are all products of this great web of interdependence. 2. Why this matters when you feel lost, when uncertainty grips you. Your instinct might be to turn inward, to isolate, to overthink, to carry the burden of figuring it all out by yourself. But the truth is, you're never figuring it out by yourself. Interbeing reminds you that your journey is supported by others. Even in your darkest hour, you are breathing air given to you by the trees. You are nourished by food grown and prepared by unseen hands. You are walking paths paved by those who came before you. Your choices ripple outward. The way you treat yourself and others sends waves through this web of life. Your kindness can echo further than you imagine. You are part of something bigger. Your suffering is not an isolated storm. It is a cloud in a vast sky shared by billions. And clouds, like all things, pass. This perspective doesn't magically erase your challenges, but it shifts them. You realize you are not a lonely wanderer. You are a thread in the fabric of life itself. 3. The dangers of the illusion of separation. Zen teachers often say that our greatest suffering comes from the illusion that we are separate. When we see ourselves as cut off from the rest of life, several things happen. We believe we must solve everything alone. which leads to exhaustion. We feel disconnected from others, which breeds loneliness. We treat the world as other, which leads to exploitation and conflict. Interbeing dissolves this illusion. It's not that you become connected, you already are. You simply wake up to it. 4. The practical Zen approach to living interbeing isn't just a philosophical exercise. It's something you can practice in daily life. Here are a few ways to live this teaching when you feel lost or uncertain. A deep-looking pick, an ordinary object, your phone, a cup of tea, a pen, and spend a moment tracing all the causes and conditions that made it possible. Imagine the people, the natural resources, the moments in history that had to align for it to be in your hands right now. Be gratitude, meditation, each night. Mentally thank the beings and elements that supported your day. The farmer who grew your food, the person who built your home, the rain that nourished the land, even the stranger who held a door open for you. See compassionate action. If everything is connected, then every small act of kindness matters. Speak gently. Listen without rushing to respond. Offer help without expecting anything back. These are ripples that will touch more lives than you can count. 5. Nature as the ultimate teacher of interbeing. Of the clearest ways to see interbeing is to spend time in nature. Look at a tree. It is rooted in the earth, fed by sunlight, nourished by rain, and dependent on air, soil microbes, and countless unseen organisms. And yet it, in turn, produces oxygen, shelters birds, feeds insects, and stabilizes the soil. Life flows both ways. We are no different. We are sustained by the world, and whether we realize it or not, we sustain it too. 6. Overcoming loneliness. Through interbeing, loneliness often comes from believing we are cut off. But if you sit quietly and breathe, you can sense the reality. You are already connected to everything. The air you breathe right now may have passed through the lungs of another person across the globe just weeks ago. The sunlight warming your face has traveled 93 million miles to reach you. The water in your body has been part of oceans, clouds, rivers, and even other living beings over millennia. You are not, and have never been, truly alone. 7. Applying interbeing in uncertain times when the world feels unstable. Interbeing can be a powerful anchor. It humbles you. You realize your life is not an isolated story, but part of a vast unfolding. It empowers you. You see that your small actions, a kind word, a patient response, a gentle presence can ripple outward in ways you may never know. It steadies you. Even when your personal path feels unclear, you are still part of the great path of life. 8. A Zen story on interbeing. A Zen parable about a monk who was asked, "What is the most important teaching of the Buddha?" He replied simply, "Everything is connected." When the questioner pressed for more, the monk took a sip of tea and said, "This tea contains clouds. Without clouds, there is no rain. Without rain, there is no tea plant. Without the tea plant, there is no tea in my cup. Without the hands of many people, there is no tea on my table. And without you asking, there is no reason for me to drink tea right now. We are drinking this tea together." 9. The peace of interbeing, and you embrace interbeing. You no longer have to force life to give you answers. You simply live in harmony with the fact that you are not a separate self, and therefore you are never truly lost. Even if you don't know the next step, you are still being carried forward by countless unseen forces. The wind pushes your sails, even when you can't see where the shore is. Final reflection: if you are feeling lost right now, pause and notice your breath. Feel the air entering your lungs. Know that this air was once part of trees, oceans, and other living beings. Let it remind you, you belong here in this vast web of life. You are not drifting alone. You are interbeing, always connected, always supported, always part of the whole. Chapter 8. Small steps as the way forward when you feel lost in life. You may be tempted to wait for a massive breakthrough, a sudden lightning bolt of inspiration. a big opportunity that changes everything overnight. But in Zen Buddhism, there is a gentle truth. The way forward is rarely a giant leap. It is a series of small, mindful steps. Life doesn't always open in grand, sweeping gestures. More often, it unfolds like the slow blooming of a lotus, petal by petal, in its own time. The myth of the big leap hour culture loves the idea of sudden transformations. The before and after fitness photos, the overnight success story, the moment when someone's life completely changes after one decision. These stories are appealing because they're dramatic. They give us the illusion that change can be instant and effortless. But the Buddhist teaching, grounded in reality, tells us something different. Meaningful change is almost always gradual, like water shaping stone. It's the small, consistent actions that transform us. You don't need to climb the mountain. In a day, you only need to take the next step and then the next. A Zen story, The Monk's Garden There, is a Zen story about a young monk who came to his teacher feeling restless and impatient. "Master," he said, "I feel stuck. I don't know my path. I don't know my purpose, and I feel like I'm wasting time. Please give me the big lesson I need to change everything." The teacher listened quietly, then took the young monk outside to the monastery garden. The garden was lush and beautiful, full of flowers, herbs, and fruit trees. "Do you see this garden?" the teacher asked. "Yes," said the monk. "Do you think it grew like this overnight?" The monk smiled. "Of course not, master. Someone had to plant the seeds, water them, pull the weeds." The teacher nodded. "Yes, and each day, the gardener did just one thing. Sometimes planting, sometimes watering, sometimes simply watching. There was never a single day when the garden instantly transformed, but one day it was full of life." Your mind, your path is the same. Stop waiting for the garden to suddenly appear. Start tending it, one small step at a time. Why small? Steps matter in Zen practice. In Zen, small steps are powerful because they build awareness without the burden of expectation. When you take a small, doable action, it lowers resistance. A 5-minute meditation is easier to start than a 1-hour session. It creates momentum. Once you start, continuing becomes easier. It brings mindfulness into ordinary life. You're not just practicing Zen when sitting in meditation. You're practicing when washing dishes, walking, or making tea. The Japanese concept of kaizen, continuous small improvements, mirrors this truth. Even the smallest action, done with awareness, becomes a part of the path. Small steps in times of uncertainty, when you feel lost. Small steps are a way to move without the pressure of having it all figured out. You don't need to know your ultimate destination. You only need to know the next action that feels wholesome, wise, and compassionate. Examples: instead of deciding your life purpose, simply begin a daily journaling practice. Instead of overhauling your entire diet, add one fresh, nourishing meal each day. Instead of planning the perfect meditation retreat, start with 5 minutes of silence in the morning. These small steps anchor you in the present and build trust in yourself. A mindful walking practice, one of the most beautiful Zen practices, is Kinhin, or mindful walking meditation. It is the perfect example of small steps as the way forward, literally and spiritually. In Kinhin, you walk slowly, in rhythm with your breath. Each step is taken with complete awareness, feeling the contact of your foot with the earth, the shift of your body, the gentle flow of your breath. The destination is not the point. The journey, the steps themselves, is the meditation. If life feels overwhelming, try this. Find a quiet place to walk, even if it's just across your room. Stand still for a moment, feel your breath. Take one slow, mindful step. Then, another. Continue for 5 minutes. Letting each step be complete in itself, it's a reminder that you don't need to rush to get there. You are already here. The mountain path metaphorum imagines standing at the base of a mountain, looking up at the summit, hidden in clouds. The path looks long, steep, and impossible. If you focus only on the top, you'll feel discouraged before you even begin. But if you lower your gaze to the next few feet of trail and start walking step by step, something happens. The summit slowly reveals itself. Zen teaches that life is like this. We cannot see the entire path from the beginning. We only see what's right in front of us. That is enough. What to remember about small steps? Small is sustainable. You can keep going without burning out. Small is adaptable. If life changes, you can adjust without losing everything. Small builds trust. Each step is a promise kept to yourself. Small compounds over time. The difference after one day may be tiny, but after a year, it's enormous. Zen reflection exercise at the end of today. Ask yourself, what is one small step I can take tomorrow that will move me toward peace? Can I do it with full awareness without rushing? You don't need to make a lifelong commitment to every step. You only need to meet each step fully in the moment you take it. Closing words when you feel lost. You don't have to find the perfect map. You don't have to wait for the fog to clear all at once. You can begin with one step, then another. The Buddha walked his path one step at a time. Every awakened being did. You will too. In the words of Zen Master Thich, Nhat Hanh, the miracle is not to walk on water. The miracle is to walk on the green earth, dwelling deeply in the present moment and feeling truly alive. So breathe, step, repeat. Chapter 9. Turning loss into a teacher loss is one of life's most difficult experiences. It takes away something or someone we hold dear. It shakes the ground beneath our feet, leaving us feeling unsteady, confused, and sometimes broken. It can be the loss of a loved one, the loss of a job, the loss of a dream we worked so hard to achieve, the loss of health, youth, security, or even a sense of who we are. We live in a culture that often teaches us to avoid talking about loss, to hide our grief, or to move on quickly. But in Buddhist philosophy, loss is not something to avoid or rush through. It is something to meet, to sit with, and to learn from. In fact, loss can become one of our greatest teachers, not because it's pleasant, but because it's honest. Loss tells us truths about life that we often ignore. When things are going well, it strips away illusions, forcing us to look directly at what is real. The first lesson of loss, impermanence. The Buddha's first great truth about life is anicca, impermanence. Everything changes. Everything passes. Everything is in motion. We lose something. It is not because life has singled us out unfairly. It is because this is the nature of existence. The flower blooms in spring. It withers in autumn. It returns to the soil, becoming nourishment for new life. Loss reminds us that no person, no possession, no moment is guaranteed to remain forever. It is not cruelty, it is simply the way of the world. When we deeply understand impermanence, we stop taking things for granted. We begin to love more fiercely, speak more honestly, and live more fully because we know that every meeting will one day end, and every day is a gift we will not get back. The second lesson of loss, attachment creates suffering. Buddhism teaches that suffering arises from clinging, the refusal to let go of what has already changed. When we experience loss, our instinct is to fight it. No, this can't be happening. I need things to be the way they were. If only I could go back. This grasping creates pain on top of pain. The event of loss is one layer of suffering. Our refusal to accept it is another. Deeper layer, it is not easy to release our attachment. It feels like letting go means betraying the memory of what we loved. But letting go doesn't mean forgetting. It doesn't mean we stop caring. It simply means we stop demanding that reality be different from what it is. When we loosen our grip, the sharpness of pain begins to soften. Acceptance opens the door to peace. The third lesson of loss, everything we love becomes part of USA Zen saying goes, when you lose someone you love, you gain a guardian you can't see. Loss teaches us that the people and experiences we love do not disappear entirely. Yes, they change form. Yes, we cannot hold them in the same way, but they live within us, in our memories, our actions, our values, and the love we give to others. The kindness your grandmother showed you, it is now in your own hands, ready to be shared. The wisdom of a teacher you admired, it is in your mind, guiding your choices. The joy of a relationship you once had, it becomes the lens through which you see beauty in the world. Loss doesn't take everything away. Sometimes it leaves behind seeds we never would have received without it. The fourth lesson of loss: compassion deepens through pain. When you go through loss, you begin to see others differently. You notice the quiet sadness in someone's eyes. You hear the tremor in their voice when they speak about someone they miss. You feel the heaviness they carry, even if they never say it out loud. Loss opens your heart to the struggles of others, because you have walked through your own darkness. And this deepened compassion is not weakness, it is strength. The Buddha himself experienced the loss of friends, family, and beloved disciples. His teachings on compassion, karuna, come not from avoiding pain, but from walking directly into it and emerging with a heart more open than before. The fifth lesson of loss: change can lead to growth in the middle of grief. It is hard to imagine that anything good could come from it. And to be clear, we do not need to like loss in order to learn from it. We do not have to pretend it's a blessing in disguise when it feels like devastation. But over time, many people find that loss reshapes them in powerful ways. They discover strengths they never knew they had. They gain clarity about what matters most. They develop patience, empathy, and resilience. Loss can burn away the unnecessary parts of our life, leaving behind what is real, essential, and true. A Zen parable. The teacup Zen master once served tea to a student. As the tea flowed into the cup, the master continued pouring until it spilled over. "Master, the cup is full. No more will go in," the student exclaimed. The master smiled. "This cup is like your life. If it is full of old attachments, old stories, old griefs that you refuse to release, there is no room for anything new. Loss is the emptying of the cup. Painful, yes, but only in the empty space can something fresh be poured." Practices for turning loss into a teacher Buddhism is not only philosophy, it is practice. If you are walking through loss right now, here are ways to transform it into wisdom. Sit with the pain instead of running from it. Find a quiet place, breathe. Notice where the grief shows up in your body, maybe as a heaviness in the chest or a tightness in the throat. Let yourself feel it without judgment. Name the truth of impermanence daily. Remind yourself, this too will change. Not as a cold truth, but as a gentle acceptance of life's nature. Honor what was lost. Create a small ritual. Light a candle, write a letter, plant a tree. Something that says, "I remember. I care." Give forward the gifts you received. If someone you loved was kind, be kind to others in their honor. If they taught you something, teach it to someone else. Practice compassion for others who grieve. Your pain can become a bridge to connect with others who feel alone in theirs. Loss as a doorway to wisdom. When loss happens, it can feel like a door has slammed shut. But over time, if we allow ourselves to stay present and open, we see that another door quietly opens, a doorway into deeper understanding, greater compassion, and a more profound appreciation of life. The Buddha never promised that following the path would remove all pain. What he promised was that it would remove the unnecessary suffering we pile on top of pain. The resistance, the denial, the clinging. Loss will visit all of us. But if we meet it with awareness, it will not only break our hearts, it will also open them. Final reflection: the next time you face loss, try to ask, what is this here to teach me? Not because the answer will erase the pain, but because it will give the pain meaning. And meaning is what allows us to keep walking, even with an empty cup, ready for the next pour. Chapter 10. Coming home to yourself, there comes a point in life where you realize you've been running from expectations, from mistakes, from fears, from grief. Even from yourself sometimes. You run in the form of overworking. Sometimes you run by endlessly scrolling through your phone, drowning your mind in noise. Sometimes you run by chasing relationships, possessions, or recognition, hoping they'll make you feel whole. There's a quiet whisper in your heart. Come home. Not a home made of bricks and walls, not a place on a map, but the home that exists within you, the place of stillness, peace, and truth. The place Zen Buddhism teaches us is always here, waiting for our return. 1. Why we drift away from ourselves from childhood. We're taught to look outside for validation. We measure our worth by grades, job titles, social status, or the approval of others. Slowly, we become strangers to ourselves. We start asking questions like, am I good enough? What do others think of me? What should I do to be accepted? The tragedy is, we stop asking, what is true for me? What do I deeply feel? What brings me alive? Zen Buddhism explains this through the concept of Maya illusion. We get lost in the illusions of identity, labels, and roles, forgetting the vast, unshakable self beneath them. 2. The Zen view of home in Zen. Coming home means returning to your true nature, your Buddha nature. It's not something you have to earn, create, or search for far away. It is your natural state, obscured only by layers of conditioning, fear, and distraction. A Zen master once said, "You are not walking towards enlightenment, you are walking away from distractions." This home is not perfect in the way society defines perfection. It doesn't mean you will always be happy, always calm, or always wise. It means you live from a place of honesty with yourself, where your actions, thoughts, and words are aligned with the truth of your heart. 3. Why coming home feels scary for many. Silence and stillness feel uncomfortable at first. When you sit quietly with yourself, without distractions, your mind might flood with regrets, anxieties, and unresolved pain. This is why people keep running, because stopping forces them to feel. But Zen practice invites you to see that these feelings are not obstacles. They are the very doorway back home. They are the parts of you that have been waiting to be acknowledged and healed. For the 3 gates of returning home, coming home to yourself is not a one-time event. It's a practice. You walk through it over and over again. In Zen, there are 3 gates you can pass through to return. Gate 1, presence pause. Feel the breath entering and leaving your body. Notice the sounds around you, the weight of your feet on the ground. Even if your mind is restless, this moment is your anchor. Gate to acceptance, whatever is here. Inside you, sadness, joy, boredom, fear. Welcome it without judgment. Imagine saying to yourself, it's okay, you belong here too. Gate 3. Compassion. Place a hand over your heart. Speak kindly to yourself. Forgive yourself for the ways you've abandoned your own needs in the past. Promise to listen more deeply from now on. 5. A Zen practice. The coming home meditation here. A simple meditation you can try daily. Sit somewhere quiet. Close your eyes gently. Inhale and silently say, I am here. Exhale and silently say, I am home. If your mind wanders, simply return to these words with your breath. Continue for 5 to 10 minutes, letting the words sink into your being. This practice retrains your mind to associate your inner presence with safety and belonging. 6. Releasing the masks. In the outer world, we all wear masks. The responsible worker, the perfect parent, the strong friend, the always happy person. But you cannot come home wearing masks. Coming home means allowing yourself to be real, to admit when you're tired, to say no when something doesn't feel right, to acknowledge your limits without shame. In Zen, there's a saying, when you let go of who you think you should be, you find who you truly are. 7. Living from the inside out. When you live disconnected from yourself, you react to life based on external conditions. If people praise you, you feel good. If they criticize you, you feel crushed. If things go as planned, you're happy. If they don't, you're frustrated. But when you come home to yourself, the center of your being is stable, like the still hub of a spinning wheel. Life may spin around you, but your center is unshaken. This is the essence of Zen peace, happiness that doesn't depend on circumstances. 8. Relationships. After returning home, interestingly, when you come home to yourself, your relationships change. You no longer seek people to complete you. You connect from wholeness. You communicate with more honesty because you're not afraid to lose someone by speaking your truth. Zen reminds us, when you love yourself, you can truly love others. When you understand yourself, you can truly understand others. 9. Signs you're finally home. How do you know you've come home? Here are some signs. You feel comfortable in your own company. You no longer need to prove yourself to everyone. You make decisions based on your inner compass, not fear of judgment. You can be with your feelings without running from them. You feel a sense of belonging, not because the world changed, but because you accepted yourself. 10. The ongoing journey coming home is not a final destination. You may drift away again, get caught in distractions, lose yourself in worries. That's okay. The beauty of Zen is that the door is always open. No matter how far you wander, you can always pause, take a breath, and return. Right now, in this very breath, you are already home. You always have been. Final reflection: if you are feeling lost, stop searching outside, turn inward. Your greatest teacher, your deepest wisdom, your truest friend. They have been patiently waiting for you right here all along. Life will always contain moments when the path ahead disappears into fog. No philosophy, no map, no person can guarantee that you will always know what to do. But as we have explored through these teachings, being lost is not the opposite of living. Sometimes it is an invitation to live more deeply. Zen Buddhism does not promise you a life without uncertainty. Instead, it offers you tools to walk through uncertainty with dignity, compassion, and awareness. It teaches that you don't have to fight the fog. You can learn to see beauty in it. You don't have to have all the answers. You can rest in not knowing. You don't have to force the future. You can anchor in the present moment, accept impermanence, and let go of the illusion of control. When you approach life with a beginner's mind, you remain open to being surprised by joy. When you practice karuna, you transform your own pain into empathy that heals others. When you embrace interbeing, you see that you are never truly alone. Every breath you take is part of a greater whole. And when you take small steps forward, even the darkest forest eventually leads to a clearing. Loss will still visit you, change will still come, but they will no longer feel like enemies. Instead, they will become teachers, guiding you back to what matters, stripping away what is false, and revealing the quiet strength that has always been within you. And that is the heart of Zen. You do not have to become someone else to find peace. You do not have to reach a faraway destination to feel at home. The home you have been searching for has always been here in your own heart. So, when life feels uncertain, pause, breathe, feel the ground under your feet. Take one gentle step, not to escape the moment, but to enter it more fully. In doing so, you may discover that you were never truly lost.